Well, it has been a busy and eventful sports weekend in the Big Apple and in Flushing, Queens in particular, with the U.S. Open wrapping up next door and the Subway Series finale on deck tonight. Welcome to Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. It's the New York Yankees and the New York Mets. Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Well, even with the postseason implications of this weekend's Subway Series, the Yankees and Mets also paid tribute to the emotional nature of the series, as 20 years after the terrorist attacks of 9/11, the city that played host to the first game, helping the nation hail, made sure that sacrifices and lives lost were not forgotten. And the two men who managed New York's teams that season, Joe Torre and Bobby Valentine, threw out the ceremonial first pitch as a part of last night's touching pre-game ceremony. With that, we welcome you inside the broadcast booth with Alex Rodriguez and Buster Olney, Matt Vasgersian. A very meaningful installment of the Subway Series this weekend.
Yeah, Matty, and I was here last night with my daughters. It was impossible not to be touched by the wonderful ceremony that the Mets and Major League Baseball put together. And as an American, as a father, it reminds you of how wonderful this sport is and how it brings people together.
On to baseball in this series finale on tap tonight to walk you through what happened here on Friday and Saturday. A couple of the really different feeling games. Friday, a 5-run bottom of the third that got some help by the Yanks defense gave the home team a lead they would not relinquish. Jeff McNeil engineered the Mets' first bases loaded bunt by a position player in 26 years. James McCann had a big night in a breezy 10-3 Mets win. Last night, Aaron Judge hit a pair of homers. The Yankees at one point had a 5-0 lead. The Mets would come back to tie the game at 7. But a Javi Baez error allowed the eventual game winner to score, evening the series at 1 game apiece and setting up the series and season finale between the two Gotham squads tonight. Tonight's game is a part of ESPN's Geico Hunt for October. We'll start with the American League, where a Yankee win tonight can not only split the 6-game series with the Mets, it can give them a share of a wild card lead with Toronto, Boston, and the Yanks all bunched up within a half game. Not a coincidence yesterday, Aaron Judge hits a couple of homers and the Yankees go on to win. He has been the guy in the middle of all their success.
Yeah, Matt, if one player can put this entire team on his back, might as well be the guy that's 6'7", 280 pounds, was struggling earlier in the week, but then went 3 for 4 against the Blue Jays and has broken off and turned into a bulldozer. Has been amazing this week. 2 home runs last night, and going back 5 weeks, 10 home runs with 28 RBIs, single-handedly trying to get this team back to October.
All right, how about the Mets? They have multiple teams to try to hurdle over in both the wild card race and for the division. It's certainly doable. Mathematically, they're still alive, but certain baseball think tanks like Fangraphs doesn't give much of a chance, just a 5% chance to play into the postseason. And in talking about the Mets and their leadership, you can say about Pete Alonso what we just said regarding Aaron Judge. He's the guy in the middle of their success.
Yeah, look, he's their outspoken leader. He's their best player, their best hitter. One quirky thing about his stat: 2/3 of his home runs comes away from New York and Citi Field. If you're Alonso and the Mets, you need to take advantage of every single thing. Why not start right here in this pivotal game against the Yankees?
Well, since 1999, when the Mets and Yankees played multiple series in a season, the Mets have won the season series only 3 times. Trying for that 4th tonight when we come back. Starting lineups in the opening pitch. The Subway Series finale is next. ESPN's telecast of Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. It will be a widely attended affair on a kind of busy day to navigate around Flushing, Queens. U.S. Open, Subway Series, and a very important game in terms of the standings for both sides. And as we say good evening to Buster Olney. Buster, these are two teams nearing the 11th hour in the regular season.
That's right, Matt. 3 weeks to go in the regular season, and the two New York teams are desperate. The New York Mets, with almost no margin for error, 5.5 games behind the Atlanta Braves in the National League East, and the New York Yankees have hemorrhaged 10 games in the last 15 days in the standings at the Toronto Blue Jays. As of this moment, they wouldn't even be in the playoff field. So these two teams looking for a jump start. Matt?
Yeah, Buster, we'll talk plenty about the red-hot Blue Jays and the obstacle they've presented to the Yankees and the Red Sox and the Mariners and the A's and all the other wild-card hopefuls in the junior circuit, as Anthony Rizzo and the Yanks hope they can turn things around, take 2 out of 3 here across town. Let's take a look at Aaron Boone's Yankees starting lineup, brought to you by Taco Bell. We'll highlight Anthony Rizzo, who has had good success against the Mets, good success in this ballpark, a .975 career OPS against the crosstown rivals. He's at first base, batting second tonight for the Yankees. Well, the Yankees have dropped 11 out of 14 since the 13-game winning streak, and as Buster points out, they have dropped some games in the standing in doing so. They'll try to get one back tonight against 34-year-old veteran right-hander Carlos Carrasco on the mound for the Mets.
Yeah, the veteran has all 4 pitches: fastball, slider, cutter, and a curve. Will mix in a changeup against lefties. And his problem this year, Matt, has been the first inning. 8 starts, 4 right here at Citi Field. Has given up 2 first pitches home runs.
Crazy. 1 or more runs allowed in the first inning in 7 of his 8 starts this year. You mentioned the 2 first pitch homers. Command has been very good. He's walked 1 or fewer in all 8 of his starts. He will try to avoid some bats, especially early on tonight against a Yankee lineup that flexed its muscles yesterday. LeMahieu, Rizzo, and Judge to start things out for the Yanks. Well, we talk about the Yankees start to the season, and then the peak early. It fell back to 500, 6th in the American League wildcard race. Then they got hot again, 23-4 after the trading deadline. They had the 13-game winning streak, but harder times of late as that roller coaster has bottomed out, having lost 11 of the last 14. Well, guys like Aaron Judge have certainly held up their end of the bargain. Pitching has been the main culprit for the Yankees. They have endured a series of bullpen injuries. The starting rotation is in flux. The hope is that Garrett Cole, who was originally scheduled to start today, Alex, will be able to take a turn on Tuesday for the Yankees, as he's feeling better after the hamstring strain knocked him out of his last start against Toronto earlier than expected. Pitching is at the center of it for the Yankees. Kind of a different set of circumstances for the Mets, and we'll get into that narrative a little bit later on tonight. A loud, boisterous crowd last night. Same thing tonight for the series finale.
For LeMahieu, it's been an interesting year. A year of ups and downs, a little microcosm of what the Yankees have done all year. Last year, 12th best in the American League in OPS.
Well, LeMahieu offers at the first pitch and sends a ball to the opposite corner, just foul. Let me ask you this, because we talk about Carrasco's first inning trouble. You know, 2 first pitch homers. That string is broken tonight. The opposing lineup, no doubt, aware of the first inning issues in particular.
Oh, there's no question. And you look at his ERAs, well over 10 in the first inning, and then after the first inning is well below 3. And you always want to attack good pitchers early, because once they get their rhythm and their momentum, they're harder to, as they go along, tougher to hit.
Well, that first inning run he allowed Tuesday in Miami was the only one he gave up. 5 innings, the 1 earned run on 7 hits, struck out 4 in a 9-4 Mets victory. 2 balls and a strike to DJ LeMahieu to start the game.
And if you're the Yankee offense, you have one thing in mind when you face a guy like Carrasco. You have to make him get the ball up. As a hitter, you want that ball to start above the belt buckle. Anything that starts low is going to be a ball down.
2-2 on LeMahieu now. And now somebody's being called out from the Yankee dugout. McCann needs a second. He took this one off the mask. Man.
And you say you want to be a catcher.
I mean, James McCann is very prepared, and he was certainly ready for the start of the game, but that'll kind of snap you into reality.
That'll wake you up for sure. And then you're supposed to go hit after that.
Well, McCann, fortunately tonight, I guess, is hitting 8th. Have a little time to shake that off.
You know, my father was a catcher, amateur, and his fingers were all messed up, every single one of them. And he would tell me about the foul balls he received in this year or that year. That made me want to be a shortstop and not a catcher.
Alex used to shake the hands of Yogi Berra. Remember those, his hands?
Absolutely. By the way, Joe Torre. And they're war stories. I mean, you hear the stories and this foul ball, and they remember it clearly, Buster.
Full count to start the ball game against Carrasco. 3 balls and 2 strikes to LeMahieu. And that one sent foul. By the way, the Yankees, in losing 11 out of 14 after the 13-game winning streak, become only the 3rd team since 1900 to navigate such a feat. 13 or more winning streak, and then losing at least 11 of the next 14.
And it's interesting, the 13-game winning streak, Matt, came with their secondary and tertiary lineup. As they got healthier, they got worse.
And there's ball 4 to LeMahieu. As we mentioned, Carrasco's command has been very good despite his first inning struggles. 1 or fewer walks in all 8 of his starts, but he loses the leadoff hitter tonight.
8 pitch at bat for DJ LeMahieu, a great way to start. And now you open up the hole there for the left-handed hitting Rizzo. I would not be surprised if Aaron Boone early gets the game in motion a little bit, maybe a little hit and run, run and hit.
Rizzo's hit safely in 13 of his last 15 starts. We talked about the success against the Mets. Only active players with a higher career OPS against the Mets are Albert Pujols and Juan Soto. A ball and no strikes to Rizzo. Entering the trade deadline, there was a lot of criticism levied at the Yankees, perhaps unfairly so, for their lineup construct. General manager Brian Cashman went out and acquired 2 veteran left-handed hitters with pop, and both of them are in the lineup tonight. Anthony Rizzo and Joey Gallo, who bats 5th. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. It's been a rougher road for Gallo as a Yankee, and there's been much written about that in New York. Rizzo is a Yankee, 6 homers, 17 runs batted in his 30 games. Homered on Friday. Big 2-0 pitch from Carrasco is in for a strike.
So, Alex, when we talked to Mets manager Luis Rojas before, he said that Carrasco tries to gather information early in the game in terms of what his stuff is, that sort of thing. What do you see? What is Carlos Carrasco seeing in his own stuff?
Well, my scouting report, Buster, is that first inning he's very, very aggressive with his fastball, usually about 80%. Tonight he's around 60%, so he's making an adjustment in real time.
2-2 the count to Anthony Rizzo.
And Buster, sometimes by being overly aggressive early with the fastball, you give up the home runs. And he's given 2 so far this year at Citi Field on first pitch home runs.
It's kind of hard to tell which cheer is loudest in an atmosphere that's essentially split down the middle here. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count to a good 2-strike hitter. And that's a rare 2-strike take. Anthony Rizzo has a 70% swing rate in 2-strike counts. And he is among the best in baseball at adjusting to the count. You can see him change his grip, shorten up on the bat.
And because he shortens up on the mat and he can put the ball in play, LeMahieu should be running here in 3-2.
There he goes. So 2 long at bats start the ball game for Carlos Carrasco.
It was the famous John Boy, I think, said on Twitter the other night that Anthony Rizzo, based on what we see with him in 2 strikes, could be a really good cricket player.
Would agree. I know it's early. We're just settling in with the second plate appearance of the game, but 2 long ABs, and it really does get you to thinking with 2 bullpens that have been taxed over the weekend about getting 27 outs on both sides. LeMahieu runs again. Rizzo fouls it away once more.
And there's only one reason why Aaron Boone keeps running LeMahieu on 3-2 in a world where now that's a contrarian move. When I played, it was automatic 3-2. It's because of trust. And Aaron Boone is telling us here at the ballpark and at home, I trust Anthony Rizzo to make contact and protect the runner. The value of contact plays much larger than just 1 at bat.
He's grounded into only 3 double plays as a Yankee. That's in 30 games, and a check in for LeMahieu. You saw Aaron Judge waiting on deck for the Yankees. 2 home runs yesterday. The next 3-2, LeMahieu runs again, and it's ball 4. Back-to-back walks open the game. And Carrasco's first start as a Met with multiple walks. Here comes pitching coach Jeremy Hefner, a very early visit. Two runners on for a guy that hit 2 homers last night. Numbers 31 and 32 for Aaron Judge.
One in a fastball, one in a changeup, and they were high and deep like a lob wedge. These balls never wanted to come down.
Late homer tied it at 7. In fact, 12 of Judge's 32 have either tied the game or given the Yankees the lead. And zeroing in on 2,000 at bats. Most homers during that stretch to begin a Yankee career, only Ruth and Maris above Aaron Judge. And he's got LeMahieu and Rizzo aboard after back-to-back walks open the game.
And if you're Judge, you're looking to hunt early.
Ball and no strikes.
And you're seeing Carrasco overcompensating and being a little bit too timid, running away from contact and putting himself in 2 deep at bats, and again behind on the count against Judge.
And Judge wanted time there and got a late call. Big numbers for Judge, fly ball / line drive hitter against a guy in Carlos Carrasco who has not induced a double play in his 8 starts as a Met. Judge is really taking considerable time here. Something doesn't look right. Is he having a contact lens issue? The Yankees training staff is about to come out. Single-use eye drops, by the way. There we go. There isn't a trainer in baseball that doesn't need a step stool to apply eye drops to Aaron Judge, by the way. You are looking up. A little too much on the line here to take your vision for granted, I would say.
Alex, you were here last night. Didn't it feel like in the moment that Aaron Judge just basically put the Yankees on his back with his home runs and that great defensive play in the last inning?
Yeah, and you said it. It's not just the home runs. Is the way he's, taking at bats. Is the defense. I mean, he made a play in the corner that was unbelievable. Covered tremendous ground, and then the one coming up, and then the home run. I mean, you can almost feel it coming. And great players, whether you're Reggie Jackson or whoever, they have that aura around them. And right now, Aaron Judge feels not only like one of the best players in the game, but a transcending player.
Well, something ain't right here, though, man. This is taking a long time. I mean, it's just. I think we've all gone through, contact lens hiccups in the past. Carrasco had to throw a couple pitches to stay loose. That took so long. And just now digging back in. So a ball and no strikes. First and second, nobody out. The only thing that Carrasco's been able to locate for a strike so far in 3 at-bats is a heater. He has not thrown a slider for a strike yet. Missed down and away. 2 balls and a strike.
Carrasco wanted that pitch. He needs that pitch. And if he doesn't get that pitch, it could be a very long night or short one for Carrasco.
We talked to Luis Rojas about the first inning issues, and if there's dialogue with Carrasco in regards to that problem. And Judge is really late on a fastball there. And the Mets manager told us, look, it's tricky, right? Because you don't want to kind of overdo that conversation and make it more of a problem than it is. So their discussions have been lighthearted. Carrasco certainly aware of the first inning problems, but that's a tricky balancing act as a manager. Struck him out. But Judge's status is worth, and no pun intended here, it's worth keeping an eye on. He did not look comfortable at all.
He didn't, Matt, and this is his best slider of the night for Carrasco. Good fastball to set it up, and then the slider, same tunnel. And Judge obviously did not see the ball well, that AB.
I think there's a big enough sample size now between Aaron Judge and Carlos Carrasco to say that it's not one of Aaron's favorite opponents. He is now 0 for 7 with 7 strikeouts against the Mets right-hander. So here's Stanton now with first and second and 1 away. Stanton has had a lot of success in this ballpark. Couple of fastballs get Carrasco in front 0-2.
Spending some time before the game with Stanton. This is the most comfortable I've seen him in a Yankee uniform here in New York. He felt good, fresh, very confident, and very light on his energy.
Slugging percentage at nearly .600. And he's got the longest ever hit here tracked by StatCast. The longest, that is, since 2015. Hit a 468-foot homer here as a Marlin back in 2017. These two matched up in last year's American League Wild Card Series. And Stanton hit a second inning homer in game 2 against Carlos Carrasco, then an Indian.
Good take there. Really good slider there down. And the way Stanton took that was very well. Poised and confident.
Already 25 pitches to start the ball game. 4 batters into it. And Stanton shoots that one into the gap in right center field. That's going to do some damage. LeMahieu being waved around to score. Rizzo held it third, and it's 1-0 Yankees.
Matt, we talked about how dangerous a hitter can be when he's comfortable in his skin. And the previous pitch, look at the slider, look at the take. Beautiful. And then buys himself a fastball and knows exactly what to do with it. Not a home run swing, but a hitter's swing. Well done for the Yankees.
That is the Yankees' first hit in the series with runners in scoring position. They've been 0 for their last 15, dating back to earlier in the week. And the fire's still hot with runners at second and third. A run in, one gone for Joey Gallo. Gallo atop the walks and strikeouts leaderboards. The quintessential 3 true outcomes hitter. He'll homer a bunch too, 32 of them this year. And would you believe, for a guy that hits fly balls as regularly as Joey Gallo, one career sacrifice fly?
2 of those home runs have come off Carrasco, 2 for 6 career. Fly ball pitcher, fly ball hitter. You got to like your odds.
We talked about Rizzo's fortunes as a Yankee since the trade at the deadline. For Gallo, 39 games in pinstripes, a 136 batting average, 7 homers. It takes a fastball to get in front, 2-1.
And Matt, he's been getting booed by fans in Yankee Stadium. 66 strikeouts and 163 plate appearances. And somebody who's talked to him about that is somebody who knows Giancarlo Stanton, basically telling him in so many words, look, it's not personal, it's New York. If you're a star coming in from the outside, as Alex knows, you're going to get booed.
That's out to left center field. Tagging up at third is Rizzo. And for just the second time in his career, it's a sac fly for Joey Gallo. And a wonky throw back into the infield that squirts away. And Stanton advances on the play.
And the throw should just come right to the cutoff man. A little lackadaisical there by Lindor. And these are the kind of things when you're playing for your life, you're hanging by a thread, you have to be up in your game and you have to really bear down.
Yep. As we said, just the second career sac fly for Joey Gallo. 2-0 Yankees, runner at third with 2 gone. The error, by the way, there got hung on McNeil that allowed Stanton to advance. And here's Gleyber Torres.
All right, Matt, how did you know to tease that sac fly stat just before we got number 2 in his career? That's crazy.
You ever heard of the man behind the curtain? I know you're a Wizard of Oz guy, Buster. We have multiple people behind our thin veil up here in the booth. And thanks to our terrific support and research staff for loading us up with that nugget. Torres wraps it to third. Villar's up with it. And it puts an end to the top of the first, not before the Yankees can score a pair. We're just getting started. And it's already 2-0 Yanks. Yankees off to a 2-0 head start as we head to the bottom half of the first inning and check Lou Rojas's Mets starting lineup, brought to you by Taco Bell. Switch hitters off the top, VR and Lindor. It's a Mets lineup that's scoring fewer than 4 runs a game, but averaging 7.5 in 5 games against the Yankees. Conforto, Alonso, and Baez. McNeil, Pilar, McCann, and Carrasco rounding things out for the Mets. Clark Schmidt, Yanks need you. First rounder back in 2017, number 16 overall. Slowed down this year because of an elbow strain. He's got a total of 6 1/3 innings of major league experience. Most of his abbreviated season this year has been spent in the minors. 4 stops in the minor leagues this year, and making the biggest start of his life here tonight. Jonathan VR, Francisco Lindor, Michael Conforto start things for the Mets. And VR's dancing on the first pitch in at 95 miles an hour. He was hitless yesterday with 3 strikeouts, but has been a big time performer for the Mets this year, taking over that third base job. Added over 150 points to his slug. One of the biggest increases from last year in all of baseball. And is in front 2 balls and no strikes. For Clark Schmidt, by the way, his last outing came last Sunday, and he was stretched out to 80 pitches that covered 4 1/3, gave up 4 runs, only 2 of them earned, struck out 6 and didn't walk anybody. But again, I'm talking about only 27+ innings all year, and it's a 4-pitch walk that opens the home first. Starting to feel like it's going to be one of those nights.
Oh yeah. And on the other side, Mets give up 2 leadoff walks and they both score.
Matt Schmidt's first major league appearance in 350 days, and fans might ask, well, why him? Because they really don't have anybody else. They've run through so many injured pitchers. They look down, considered their options. Clark Schmidt's getting a huge start in a big game on Sunday Night Baseball.
We are likely to see a length reliever tonight. Former Angel left-hander Andrew Heaney's name has come up, and that's 5 straight misses from Schmidt to start the night.
And not a bad time for pitching coach or an infielder to go to Clark and say, hey, just settle down. Let's reset here a little bit. Give me a good fastball down the middle. Got a good arm. Fastball, curveball.
Ball and no strikes to the 4-time All-Star Francisco Lindor.
And Alex, that was a really interesting sequence. He walks the leadoff hitter on 4 pitches, and you know, veteran catchers often will have a young pitcher throw a breaking ball to kind of settle him down, and he threw what, a 58-footer. That's concerning.
Very.
Well, especially when you consider the curveball is probably the best weapon in Schmidt's arsenal. When he put himself on the map in spring training a couple of years ago, Aaron Boone was among the many Yankee officials who were really impressed with the curveball. I mean, it almost grew to legendary status in Tampa in the spring of 2019.
If you're Lindor, why not make him throw a strike?
He does. Well, Schmidt gets a call on a pitch that could have been viewed as high. Francisco Lindor 0 for 4 yesterday, just 2 for his last 19. He has hit for a little bit more power over the last week and a half, though. The Mets are quietly pleased with that development, slugging over 500 in his last 11 games. And it's 2 balls and a strike now. Well, if you're going to make him throw a strike, you make him throw 2?
No.
Green light, huh?
And I really like that take right there. Good breaking ball followed by a fastball. That tells me that Lindor's seeing the ball and tracking it really well.
There's a good breaking ball in to even the count at 2-2. Michael Conforto waits on deck. He's had a good start to the series. 4 for 8 in a couple of nights against Yankee pitching. 2-0 Yankees. They get a pair on a Stanton double and a Gallo sac fly to start the ball game. Is this curveball good enough to triple up on it here?
I think he goes fastball here. But he is getting a nice feel, better feel of that breaking ball.
The 2-1 curveball was taken for a strike. 2-2 breaking pitch was fouled away. Here he comes again with a 2-2 pitch. You know, big picture for the Mets. 5.5 games behind the Braves in the NL East after having a lead as big as 5 games. And you only need to go back to the middle of June to find the last point when the Mets were a season high 10 games over 500. They won 3 in a row against the Cubs, and they looked like they were the team to beat in the division. And Lindor wraps that softly to first base for Rizzo, who'll do it himself. VR to second with 1 away.
Lindor signaling to his dugout like that ball may have hit his foot first as a foul ball. We'll see if they check.
He's not really selling it that hard, though. I think it did hit his foot.
Very rarely do you have a hitter pretend something hit you when it didn't. Right? I mean, there's really not a lot of upside there, but the only one that really knows is him because he felt it.
Plenty of stories in Mets history about shoe polish on baseballs. Problem is, guys don't polish their shoes anymore.
Speaking of Cleon Jones, 1969 World Series.
Thank you. Ball and no strikes. The count to Michael Conforto. Again, 4 for 8 in the series. Conforto starts play tonight at just 226. And despite a better finish as compared to the way he started, the comparisons to last year are hard to avoid. He sends that one into the opposite field. VR being waved around, and the Mets get one of them back immediately.
And Conforto, when he's at his best, hits the ball the other way. VR makes sure that ball goes through and then scores easily. But Michael Conforto, who's been much better the last 5 weeks, much better OPS, getting back to his career average and driving in the ball to opposite field has always been the key for Conforto when he's at his best.
The Mets have had a pretty good series with runners in scoring position. That base hit makes him 8 for 20 here against the Yankees, yet still since the beginning of August their team batting average with runners in scoring position is the worst in baseball. So a big hit that time from Conforto. Now Pete Alonso hitless yesterday with a couple of strikeouts. Alonso homered Tuesday against the Marlins, his 32nd of the year and the 100th in his career. Only Phillies great Ryan Howard got there in fewer games. Alonso sends a drive out to left field. Stanton parked under it for out number 2. Just off the end of the bat. So Conforto stays at first. 2 gone now for Javi Baez, looking to extend a modest 4-game hitting streak. He's had a nice weekend so far at the Yankees' expense. 5 for 8 with a homer and 3 driven in. Going back a little farther for Baez, his last 8 games, a .485 batting average, 4 homers and 9 driven in. It seems to be ever since the thumbs down controversy, Baez has turned things around as a Met.
He sure has, hitting over 400, OPS hovering on 1200. It is unusual with 2 outs how shallow Gallo is playing in right field, because any ball that goes by him is an automatic run. You tie the game. With 2 outs, I'd like to see him back up an extra 10 feet.
1-1 to Baez is fouled back. You know what you get with Javi Baez, right? There's some swing and miss for sure. There's some chase, that's for sure. He has contributed to the Mets' chase rate, which is the 2nd highest in the National League. But there's also a lot of upside, and that's what makes his entering free agency this winter so fascinating. I mean, do the Mets want him in the plans here long term? Is Chicago interested in bringing him back? That's wrapped to third base, and a fair ball. Long throw from Urshela's off line. An infield single for Javi Baez.
And with a running start, that's about all you can do if you're Urshela. Nice play by Rizzo, keeping it in front. And with Baez, that's the importance of putting the ball in play. In this game tonight, we have the 1 and 2 most swing miss guys in baseball in Baez and Gallo. Both those guys can run really well. Baez can absolutely fly, and by putting balls in play, you get a base hit. You extend the inning. The Mets are now set up.
Good speed on base for New York, and Conforto and Baez a run in with 2 away now. And that'll bring up Jeff McNeil. So Clark Schmidt enduring a rather long first inning after Carlos Carrasco suffered the same fate. McNeil 3 for 6 in the series.
And you see Sanchez almost box this. And there's either 2 things happen, either a cross up or just getting familiar with the way Clark's ball jumps.
They make a good point. With the exception of some Grapefruit League innings, there's not a lot of experience here with this battery. Ball and a strike, and I think Sanchez caught a foul tip there.
Might have been the umpire.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Lance Barksdale took that one right in the chops.
Everyone's getting hit up today.
This is when the home plate umpire says, hey, how about a non-change up here? 1-1 to McNeil. We showed you when we went on the air Jeff McNeil's exceptionally rare bases loaded bunt on Friday. How rare? Just the 2nd ever by a Mets position player, and the first since September of 1995. Bill Pulsipher did it, a part of that Generation K pitching staff in the mid-90s. And that one gets away from Sanchez. Conforto might have given a moment's thought to trying to score on that. Not a good connection tonight between Schmidt and Sanchez.
And man, we talked about it. This could either be a cross up or just a box. And this is a ball that has to be had 10 out of 10 times. And Gary Sanchez will be the first one to admit that. Now a base hit, they take the lead with a 3-1 count. You take the force play away.
Conforto to third. Baez at second now with 2 gone, and it's 3 balls and a strike to Jeff McNeil. Bouncing ball for Rizzo to avoid any further trouble. The Mets do get one of those runs back. They're on quite a pace tonight.
Let's go.
2-1 Yankees.
Lopez wants it away. And it's hit deep to left center. Andrew Jones on the run. This one has a chance. Home run! Mike Piazza, and the Mets lead 3-2.
Andrew Jones and I looked at each other and just said, wow.
He hits a powering home run to put us in the lead, and people said, yes, we can come back.
And a curtain call.
Mike Piazza's homer on that first day back after the September 11th attacks. Really the lasting, the most enduring memory of a very memorable night. And I know you agree with me, Alex, that the Hall of Famer Mike Piazza was the perfect face for baseball coming back, for New York coming back on that night.
I mean, I said yesterday that, you know, the two biggest home runs that I've witnessed have been Kirk Gibson and Vince Scully call. But Mike Piazza is number one. I mean, the country needed it. New York needed it. And it gave us all just a little bit of hope. And you couldn't find a better guy and a better representative to do that than Mike Piazza.
Mike perhaps watching tonight, if he's still here in the U.S. Mi piace Mike Piazza. Dual citizenship, spending a lot of time in Italy. Gary Sanchez, Gio Urshela, and Clark Schmidt in the second against Carlos Carrasco.
It's interesting, guys. We had Todd Zeile, who of course was on that 2001 Mets team, in the ESPN radio booth yesterday. He told this really story I hadn't heard before about that Mike Piazza home run and what led to it. So
Do share.
Okay, so his feeling was, Todd Zeile's feeling was, is that what happened in the middle of the seventh inning when Liza Minnelli, the performer, came out on the field and she sang New York, New York, and they had first responders dancing with her, and he said it really loosened up the whole ballpark to the degree that the way he told the story, he really felt like that contributed to loosening up all the players, including Mike Piazza.
Gary Sanchez swings and sends a high fly ball out to left center field. McNeil and Pilar out there. Jeff McNeil makes the catch.
Buster, kind of button up your story. I mean, everybody has their story of what they were doing in a big pivotal moment. I remember Reggie Jackson. Everybody tells me they were at the game. I felt like there was 3 million people inside Yankee Stadium and the World Series. But Chipper Jones, right before that pitch from Steve Karshay, looked back at Andrew Jones and pointed. He said, "This next pitch is going out." And when that ball went out, that's what he was talking about. He looked at Andrew Jones and he said, "Oh my gosh."
Here's Gio Urshela now with 1 gone. I thought the ceremony yesterday, and we had some of the Cliff Notes highlights from it tonight, was so well done. And the fact that the Mets had a home game this weekend, and that was certainly not a coincidence. Despite the fact that the U.S. Open was going on this weekend, women's finals yesterday, men's finals tonight, really busy time and a busy place. Still, that ceremony went off really well yesterday, and I think all the fans here were really moved by it. Ball and 2 strikes, the count to Gio Urshela, just 4 for 39 since returning from a hamstring injury. By the way, speaking of the U.S. Open, congratulations to Daniil Medvedev, first ever Grand Slam title, and ruining the Djokovic shot at history. Man, I don't think anybody saw that going straight sets today. Ball and 2 strikes. Clark Schmidt waiting on deck, and that will be the great unknown. He has not had an at-bat since his senior year of high school. And he'll take it here with 2 out and the base is empty as Urshela's rung up.
And Carrasco started to get his rhythm, looking much sharper. Stuff is crispier.
Okay. Well, you know that Clark Schmidt doesn't have his own line of bats, but Jordan Montgomery does.
With all due respect to Jordan Montgomery, wouldn't you want like a Stanton bat or a Judge bat?
Thinking the same thing. I got it. Jordan Montgomery's 0 for 7 as a hitter. You know, Yankee pitcher hits don't come along very often. The last one was Luis Severino here in this ballpark in August of 2017.
And Matt, sometimes when they bring up a pitcher, they'll tell you, sit up there, do not swing. Pretend you're going to swing, look hitterish, but do not swing. And they simply do that. They don't want the pitchers to get hurt.
I got a comp for you here from the neck up buster. Stay with me here. Matt Chapman and Stephen Vogt.
Ooh, dead on. You're 100% right.
Ball and 2 strikes. We asked Aaron Boone about his hitting prowess, whatever that is, before the game. We said, you know, have you ever seen Clark take BP? And he said no, but I know he's a good athlete, and good athletes always have a chance up there.
And I'll tell you what, if you look at the Yankees dugout, everybody will be looking. There'll be some laughs, but people are paying attention. Let's see how he competes. Let's see how he does in his first at bat.
You know, Yankee hitters have come up with memorable Subway Series moments, as hard as that might be to fathom. Mariano Rivera had a bases loaded walk against the Mets in 2009, and that was on Sunday Night Baseball. I'd ask you if you remember that, but you don't remember much from your career, I've been led to believe.
I don't. I try to forget as much as possible. Now, he's wearing 86. The Mets fans can certainly appreciate that number.
That's right.
Last time they won the World Series, and first Yankee ever, I believe, to wear that number. We'll have to fact check that.
Well, we know there's no single digits available. Look at that.
Look at that.
I mean, all that is just the fact that Carrasco had never walked more than 1 in a start until tonight, and his 3rd walk in an inning and 2/3 is to a pitcher who hadn't swung a bat in 7 years. Even Clark Schmidt's got to laugh about that.
Do you ask for the ball in that situation, Alex?
You asked for the ball, you asked for the bat.
All right, so now it's DJ LeMahieu. A 2-out walk to the number 9 hitter and pitcher that sets up a 3-time All-Star and 2-time batting champ.
And for Carrasco, gets 2 quick outs. That's a mental walk, not a physical walk. Sometimes you lose your concentration a little bit and don't bear down, and now all of a sudden you have DJ LeMahieu there looking for damage.
One and one.
DJ LeMahieu last year was 12th best in OPS. This year he's 12th worst in OPS.
They'll like a couple of hitters in action tonight trying to finish stronger than he started. LeMahieu's hit safely in 11 of his last 12. 2 balls and a strike. If Carlos Carrasco can host a scoreless inning here, his ERA after the first inning this season goes down to 3.04. But the first inning problems got to him again tonight. 2 by the Yankees in the top of the first. 3-1 now. I mean, those numbers tell you the story. He gets over that first inning hump, and the returns are a lot better. And LeMahieu's got a base hit to left. If the Yankees actually get something started after a 2-out walk to a pitcher who had never swung the bat, it's just a harbinger of bad things. That's all I can say. First and second, 2 gone now for Anthony Rizzo, who walked and scored in the first. I mean, at what point does somebody get up? These are both bullpens that have been taxed over the weekend. Schmidt and LeMahieu aboard with 2 gone. High, deep, and well fouled.
Alex, what's going through Schmidt's mind at second base? He's in a place he's never been before.
He's hoping for, please hit this ball out of the park. Do not get a base hit where I have to hustle and score.
It's a great opportunity for him to potentially meet Phil Nevin for the first time in his life. Yankees third base coach. Bouncing ball into the shift to retire the side. A little too close for comfort after walking the number 9 hitter. After just an inning and a half, it's still 2-1 Yanks.
Once upon a time, there was a city that had a dream.
We was cocky. We had swagger.
We're a team that wasn't going to get stepped on anymore.
It was just another day in the life of the 86 Mets.
So how good does that look? The next 30 for 30 film, Once Upon a Time in Queens. 4-part series. The first 2 parts premiere Tuesday starting at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ESPN and the ESPN app. An unprecedented look into the 86 Mets. And parts 3 and 4 come Wednesday at 8 and 9 Eastern.
Now, Matt, I am fired up to watch that documentary. I probably watched every game from 85 to 89, with the exception of probably 10 a year, because WR in Miami, we had Ralph Kiner, we had Tim McCarver, and it was incredible. I loved opening day with Doc Gooden, pitching it with Gary Carter. I mean, opening day, always a day game at Shea. My God, it was like Christmas in April.
We are hoping to be joined by Doc a little bit later on in the telecast. His recollections of 86. He's actually celebrating a notable anniversary in his career today. In fact, we're hoping to have Doc on with us next half inning. Kevin Pillar, James McCann, and then the pitcher spot, Carlos Carrasco here in the Mets second. A bouncing ball. Torres misplays it. And Pillar's safe at first. That'll go down as an error on Gleyber Torres.
And Torres just gets a little lazy here with his footwork, a little flat-footed. And he lets that ball play him a little bit versus him attack this baseball. And he just catches himself in between. Lazy feet will set up bad hops. That's exactly what happened there. And the defensive struggles continue for Torres.
27 errors since 2020. 18 of those have come this season. And Pillar's aboard to start the inning now for James McCann, who's had a really nice couple of nights at the Yankees' expense. 3 for 8 in the series, a homer, and 5 runs batted in.
But when you're a shortstop, you have to be locked down. If you want to win championships, you have to make the routine play, especially when you have a youngster out there like Clark Schmidt, who's trying to get some momentum, getting some momentum, got a couple laughs, and now here comes the error. And in New York City, here comes the negative energy. Here comes the pressure.
Ball and no strikes account to James McCann. Ordinarily, you'd think that the bottom third of an order could be pitched around, if not pitched right too. So happens that the Mets' bottom third of the order has been very productive this month.
And look, the Mets are close. I mean, if you look at the last 27 games, 13 of the 18 losses have been by 1 run. The last 8 have been by 1 run. If you look at their pitching staff, Syndergaard, DeGrom, Carrasco, you're expecting at least 90 starts. They've gotten 20, and they're still right there from the last 8 losses. If you win half of them, you're a game out of the postseason. So for the Mets management, for the players, for the fan base, you are so close. Now you can still make magic happen here the last few weeks.
Well, last night, the bottom third of the order drove in 6 of the Mets' 7 runs. And it's 3 balls and no strikes now to James McCann.
So all this happens, Matt, after the error. So you go from a walk, right? You go from smiling with Phil Nevin in the helmet, which we'll show you later, which I thought was a cool moment. Now you come back on the mound, you go, great. 1 out, easy out, error, 3-0, and now the mountain starts climbing. And everybody starts feeling it, from the dugout to all the guys out there on the field.
A strike, it's 3-1. Pitcher spot due up next. Leadoff error. Pillar at first in a 1-run game early. And there's ball 4. We mentioned we were going to try to get Doc Gooden on the telecast. Guess what? We got Doc Gooden on the telecast. And Doc today is celebrating the anniversary. Doc, good to see you. 37 years ago today, your 251st strikeout to set a rookie record. Are you aware that this was the day for that?
Actually, I wasn't. You just mentioned that, but it's great. Guys, good timing with the.
Well, happy anniversary in that regard. I mean, Yankees, Mets, and you're a guy that's got perspective in both uniforms for sure. You know, interleague play is a thing now, and the Mets and Yankees meet each other regularly. Are you still following the narrative here in the Big Apple between your two former employers?
Oh, definitely. And of both New York teams, I enjoy watching the Mets and Yankees, and any opportunity I get, I'm either at Citi Field or Yankee Stadium watching the game. Still a huge fan.
Hey, Doc, first of all, you're a big part of my childhood, and you're one of my baseball heroes with Straw and Keith Hernandez. I grew up a huge Mets fan, as we see a bunt coming here.
And a good one. Uh-oh, Rizzo almost got in the way of Schmidt, and a great pick at first base by DJ LeMahieu.
And thinking about the 30-30 recap of '86 team, it was one of my favorite teams of all times, but I was just mentioning to Matt how much I loved opening day, you pitching a Gary Carter in a day game, and especially your white cleats at the All-Star game. That had all type of swag and drip.
Yeah. You know, part of my career. When we got Gary Carter, it feels amazing. Myself, Ron Darling, Sid Fernandez, Rick Aguilera, and having Gary come in, an all-star catcher, veteran catcher, definitely was the missing piece to the puzzle. And then '86, we just took it to another level. And as I mentioned, with the white spikes on at the all-star games, it was fun. We're just doing something different. But now, you know, it's cool. Everybody's wearing all different colored spikes now. It's totally different now.
Mm-hmm.
Runners at second and third with one gone. We're going to try to reconnect with Doc Gooden here and clean up the connection while the Mets try to take advantage of a chance to get on the scoreboard here. Jonathan Villar walked and was plated in the first. He's got Pilar and McCann in scoring position with one gone. Two balls and no strikes.
Matt, you talked about how both teams' pitching staffs are taxed, which is why normally with a rookie pitcher in September, a big game, you might see a team aggressively go to the bullpen. Yankees can't afford to do that.
Yeah.
They need length out of him.
Yeah, good point.
When Britton's out and Green has been really good early and not so good as of late, he's worn out.
Being without Jonathan Loaizaga might not be top of your news feed in terms of what's wrong with the Yankees, but that is a much bigger loss than what I think non-Yankee fans would understand. Yankee fans get it. He's a really important piece. It's pretty clear that today at some point we're going to see Andrew Heaney. They're just hoping for as long as Schmidt can go tonight. Three balls and a strike to Villar.
And all these are unnecessary stressful pitches for Schmidt. And you start the sloppy play starts to play. You see Rizzo gets a little bit in the way of Clark. You see almost a wild pitch. And people think that struggles offensively, the struggles defensively can also spread like wildfire. And you're seeing that a little bit here.
All right, Jonathan Villar has been one of the Mets' most productive hitters since the start of August. 40 hits since August 5th, tied with Pete Alonso for the team lead over that period. And here's the 3-1 to him, a swing and a miss, full count now.
And that's where Clark is at his best. Four-seamer, top of the zone, wipeout slider. That's exactly where he wants his four-seamer, right at Gary Sanchez's mask, top of the zone.
Got a shake. He didn't like the first sign from Sanchez. Now he's ready to go to work. The 3-2 home. Wanted the breaking ball and struck out Villar with it.
That shows you a little bit why the Yankees are so high on this young man, Clark. Top of the zone, four-seamer, above average, and a wipeout slider to follow. Both pitches above Major League average. Well done. And there is no one that is cheering more right now than Torres to get out of this inning. I've been there. I've done that. Stress on Mr. Torres right now.
Be up to Francisco Lindor. Lindor has been much better in his first year in New York with runners on than he has with the bases empty. 204 with nobody on. 284 with runners in scoring position, the situation that he's got here. Yankees are playing him to pull. Ball and a strike.
At field level, guys, that was a great breaking ball from Schmidt. Maybe think of a little bit. Remember Doc Gooden when he was at his prime, Alex? What they used to call his curveball?
Yeah, and the only difference, you know, Doc had a little bit more 12-6. This was a wipeout slider about 89, which was really impressive. But again, it was the fastball on the previous pitch at 93 that set it up.
Lindor with a swing and a drive out to right field. Gallo on the move, still on the move. And it's gone! If Francisco's first year as a Met could include a signature moment, we just watched it.
And this breaking ball, not the good one that Buster was talking about. A little bit of a cement mixer, overthrew it, a little fatigued. Leadoff walks and leadoff errors will kill a team, and they did just that. Lindor with an excellent, beautiful, high home run to right center field.
Feeling a little more comfortable here in the Big Apple. 5 for his last 10 with runners in scoring position. Mets fans here at home can flex their muscles in the crowd a little. They have taken a 4-2 lead on the 3-run homer by Francisco Lindor.
And as a hitter, you feel it, but as a fielder, you feel it that much more. You feel very lonely out there, and you know you let your pitcher down, and you see it coming like an avalanche. The error, the walk, the bunt, the strikeout, and you're saying, "Oh my God, we're almost out of it!" And boom, as that ball goes out, your heart just drops. You can strike out 4 times in a game, Matt. You make an error like that, and you cost 3 runs because there is a residual, not only to this young man Clark who's out there battling, but now the bullpen has to come in early. Now you affect tomorrow's day game here in New York and the day after. All because of one play that should have been made that was not made.
Two balls and 2 strikes to count to Michael Conforto. That's tapped right to the lone guy on the left side of the infielder, Shella, to retire the side. A few pitches too late as far as Yankee fans are concerned. The error opened the door. The 3-run homer flips the lead, and the Mets lead it by 2. Welcome back to Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, telecast presented by Taco Bell. Francisco Lindor's 3-run homer has given the Mets a 4-2 lead as we start the top of the third. And I hope we've cleaned up the tech in our connection with Doc Gooden. Doc rejoins us for the top half of inning number 3 as Judge, Stanton, and Gallo will come to the plate against Carlos Carrasco. Doc, we're talking about the new 30 for 30 film, Once Upon a Time in Queens, documenting your '86 Mets. You were a kid in '86. It was your 3rd season in the big leagues. Did you guys have any idea at the time that that team was going to be as culturally significant as it's turned out to be for Mets fans?
Not the start of '86, we didn't. But the thing about it was, the year before in '85, we had a great bunch of guys, a good knit team, had a lot of chemistry on the team. What I mean by that, on the road, out of a 25-man roster, at least 23 of us went out to dinner together, and so it was very close. Spring training of '86, that's when everything really came together. David Johnson and Frank Caston set the tone with that, and the players we all fed in, and had an unbelievable year. And then now it's still in New York because the fans was a big part of that, and we connected well with the fans. And everybody's still celebrating '86 and talking '86. And with the documentary coming out, we get to relive that, and it's just a great time.
Hey, Doc, I remember some of the legendary battles with, Whitey Herzog and the Cardinals and those speedster teams, how difficult they were to face, especially at old Busch Stadium. Some of your matches against Mike Scott, what do you remember from those matches? And do you guys think that you could have won more than one championship? Because obviously I was your biggest fan, and I was hoping for 2 or 3.
Oh, I appreciate that, A-Rod. I enjoyed talking to you about those days when I was with the Yankees. The Cardinals was tough, especially for me. I had trouble holding base runners on, and anytime I pitched at Busch Stadium, like when they had the actual turf, it was like a track meet. Those guys get on base, whether it's a walk or a single, and turn into a turf. And as you mentioned, Mike Scott, man, that year in '86, Mike Scott was magical. I mean, he was unbelievable, and so we knew Game 6 in the playoffs, we had to win that. That was our Game 7 because if we had to go up against Scott the next night, we had no shot, to be honest with you. He was just that unbelievable.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Aaron Judge as that one sent foul. Certainly, Doc, 11 years with the Mets, 3 years with the Yankees, but 3 really good years with the Yankees. Good years for the Yankees, indeed, including a World Series title and some memorable moments for you. Was it hard for you emotionally to make that move across town, or were the Yankees just another employer for you?
The thing was, when I was playing with the Mets, when you start with an organization like that, you think you're going to be there forever. And the Yankees, I didn't really like the Yankees. Not literally, but just because New York, and I never seen myself and unfortunately, when the Mets wanted to cut ties after the '94 season, and I got the opportunity to join the Yankees, I thought it was a great situation, and I loved it there. I loved what Mr. Steinbrenner and his family did for me and my family as well. Definitely, at that time, was one of the best. Still feels they probably are the top organization in baseball.
Hey, Doc, so you came up, 19 years old, and basically the best pitcher in the world by age 20. Obviously, your '84 season was remarkable. When you think about what Gary Carter and Keith Hernandez, what having those 2 veteran players around you, a young player from Tampa, what did that mean? It looked like Hernandez was an extra pitching coach there for you.
Oh, no doubt about it. In '84, coming to the league, we didn't have all the analytics, obviously, and the scouting reports that they have today. You just kind of went on what you knew and the little bit of report that you had. But Keith, as you mentioned, he was like an extra pitching coach, on the field, hitting instructors to the hitters. Keith was definitely a true leader and on top of this game. And then '85, when we got Gary Carter and joined the staff, Gary played a big part of my '85 season. If we was winning, 5 by 5 runs, he wanted me to pitch every game like it was 1-0. He wanted the complete game. He wanted the 10 outs. He got the best out of me every single game, no matter what the score was.
Hey, Doc, we really appreciate the visit. We're certainly looking forward to your participation, your role in the 30 for 30 film, Once Upon a Time in Queens. Thanks for visiting with us, and we'll kick it around down the road with you.
All right, sounds good. Thanks for having me, guys.
Doc Gooden joining us on Sunday Night Baseball. I can't wait for that, Doc. No pun intended. Doc Gooden documentary is what I can't wait for, as we all can.
Matt, I'm so fired up right now. My heart is racing. I feel like I was that 9-year-old boy, 10-year-old boy that, fell in love with the game of baseball. And Doc and Hernandez and Straw and Carter and Tim Tuffle. They had so much. I mean, I probably watch this stat right here. I would probably watch this game right here.
I mean, the fastball curveball combination was filthy. He took the world by storm in 1984. This was a guy who transcended baseball and sport at the time. Cy Young pitching, Triple Crown in '86. A big part of that World Series year. That'll be profiled in the documentary. 4 All-Star appearances. And more great stuff when he was on to the Yankees as well.
How about the swag?
Oh, he had it.
The uni 6'3" can also hit. Fastball, curveball. I remember when they had the big poster. Walk around New York City, they had the big Nike poster with Nike and Rawlings. God, I love those guys.
Ball and no strikes, the count to Joey Gallo. And meanwhile, back to this one. 2 strikeouts for Carlos Carrasco, including striking out Aaron Judge to start the inning. Aaron Judge is now 0 for 8, 8 strikeouts against Carlos Carrasco. And that's a foul ball off the bat of Joey Gallo.
So, guys, I do want to pay off the question that I asked Alex the last half inning, now that we just finished with Doc Gooden. The curveballs are generally referred to, Alex knows this far better than I do, among players, as Uncle Charlie. Well, Doc Gooden's curveball was so good, they called that one Lord Charles.
Oh, man, I cannot wait for that documentary.
I've seen it. It's fantastic.
Oh, you got an advanced screener, did you?
I did.
Look at you, Buster.
Somehow that didn't get to Alex and I.
No.
I know people.
1-1 to Gallo, foul back.
So I had Darryl Strawberry on my podcast, and that's going to air on Tuesday. And Darryl Strawberry, of course, that part of that '86 team. He was also part of that '98 Yankee team, which is considered to be the greatest of all time. I asked Darryl a couple of times which team was better. He said he would pick the '86 Mets because of the pitching.
Wow. Wow.
I mean, I probably wouldn't be surprised by either answer there, but it's no less interesting for sure.
Talk about a heavyweight fight.
Gallo pops it up. VR by himself on the left side of the infield to wrap up the side in order on behalf of Carlos Carrasco, who has indeed bounced back after the wonky start. Still 4-2 Mets. Yeah, Aaron Judge earlier in this game looked like he had a contact lens issue. and has struck out twice and has not looked right. And I know that's easy for us to say hindsight because he's been taken out of the ball game. But this is just how his night began. And after a conversation with the training staff and Aaron Boone, Aaron Judge has been removed from the game and Brett Gardner's taken over in center field.
Yeah, I agree. And it seemed like he was a little dizzy. We don't know, so we have to wait. But for a guy that's been swinging the bat so hot and looking so good, he certainly looked like there was something wrong. Hopefully he's okay.
Pretty big development in the game tonight so far. No Judge moving forward. Clark Schmidt continues to get Alonso, Baez, and McNeil in a 4-2 Mets lead. Alonso lifts a fly ball into shallow right. Gallo's on the move for it, and there's one away. Getting closer to this week's fifth inning fast talk presented by T-Mobile. Grab your phone during the mid-fifth inning commercial break. Head over to ESPN's Instagram Live where we'll be answering your questions. Be sure to tune into a fast-paced live stream. You won't want to miss it. Fifth inning fast talk coming up shortly.
Average height of the Yankee outfield definitely has diminished.
I mean, it's one of the biggest center fielders in Major League Baseball history when Judge is out there, as he was to start the ball game. So from the tallest to the longest tenured Yankee, and the Yank bullpen is getting busy. Here's Javi Baez, who had an infield single in his first trip to the plate. You know, the Mets are a pretty aggressive team in terms of first pitch swings. Their first pitch swing rate is 34.5%, second highest in the National League. Yet tonight, Baez is the only position player that's offered at the first pitch. And a lot of that's going to have to do with the opposing starter, right?
Yeah, they're trying to get a feel for Clark Schmidt and see what he has. Also, give him an opportunity to get in trouble. By the way, hitters are trying to get some familiarity. Gary Sanchez, we've seen, has boxed a couple pitches tonight as he tries to get familiar as well.
Got him on a heater.
Good fastball up here. You can see all the reasons why the Yankees really like this young man. Right in the fastball, and Javi Baez just has no chance. Too big of a leg kick, too long of a swing on that one.
Boy, that's a rookie pitcher who is bucking the scouting report there. Javi Baez tied for the National League lead in homers versus non-fastballs. So he's pitching to the scouting report there, throwing him nothing but fastballs.
And not all fastballs are created equal.
Jeff McNeil sends one out to left. It checks up in front of Stanton, and McNeil's aboard with two gone. It's kind of an adventure just getting the ball in from the outfield tonight, and we can say that on both sides.
Yeah, Matt, I talked about, not all fastballs are created equal. I mean, Schmidt has some serious velo. Top of the zone. Is going to be a long night for hitters if you swing at that. That last fastball there against McNeil down in the zone, much more hittable, where the hitters can just drop the barrel.
Jeff McNeil has been at his best as a major leaguer against the Yankees. Here's Kevin Pillar now with McNeil aboard. And Pillar bounces it to the left side and through. Usually sure-handed Gio Urshela has really had some trouble the last month or so. And E5. Second error by the Yankees left side of the infield tonight.
And there's a nasty hop here. I mean, not much you can do there, but we talked about defense. Good defense being contagious, and so is bad defense.
Pillar's been the beneficiary of both of the errors.
And
reached on the Torres error earlier.
Excuse me, partner. And Schmidt must be thinking, wait a minute, this is the big leagues. Defense is supposed to be better up here than in AAA. So far, the left side has betrayed him.
It's the second error of the series for Urshela. And bear in mind that all 3 runs in the second were unearned.
The delay right now, guys, is because James McCann can't get the donut off his bat.
Oh, I mean, just what else, right? There we go. That's a lot of sticky stuff. All right, back in order. And McCann takes the first pitch out to left field. Stanton is back at the track and under it to retire the side. 2 runners left stranded in the third. Still 4-2 Mets.
Younger.
The pennant races are heating up. Follow @MLB on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube so you don't miss a thing down the stretch. Mets manager Luis Rojas kind enough to give us some time. And Louis, boy, sure enough, you get Carlos Carrasco out of the first inning, and it's all downhill from there. He has been as advertised ever since that first inning jam.
Yeah, no, he's throwing the ball pretty good after the first 2 batters, right? The back-to-back walks hurt him later in the inning, but the command's been better. He's establishing his fastball. He's played with it a lot down in the zone, and he's shown a couple of up, which is something you got to do against this lineup, and then the slider can play at the end. So he's done really well in the last 2 innings.
Louis, Francisco Lindor just looks so much more comfortable having 4 home runs over the last 10 games. What are you seeing from your vantage point?
Well, he's grounded better. I think lower half is working. You know, he's staying in longer. I think those are some of the things that hurt him at the beginning of the season. He's just in pull mode. But now he's staying within his legs and he's driving the ball to the big part of the field. And we saw it right center. He's got that power. He can hit it up like he did the other night from the right side.
Luis, we appreciate a couple of moments. Thanks for that, and best of luck the rest of the way.
Sure. Thanks, guys. Catch you later.
Gleyber Torres leads things off in the Yankee half of the 4th. Torres, Sanchez, and Urshela as Carlos Carrasco continues. You know, there's the schedule at this point in the season does not allow for an exhale. Certainly not for the Yankees and Mets, who are in pursuit of a postseason spot. And certainly not in terms of days off. I mean, both teams are playing tomorrow. For the Mets in particular, Alex, they've got the Cardinals, who have very quietly played their way right back into the wild card picture. It's a fly ball for Conforto, one away. When you played in these Subway Series matchups and you hear players talk about big up emotional weekends and then the inevitable letdown, did you experience that at all?
100%, and the hangover is real. And a lot of times when you play these big series, national games, usually you have Fox on Saturday, ESPN on Sunday. If 3 games feel like a week, and Monday or Tuesday you're still recovering from these big games. For the Yankees, they have a 2 o'clock game at home, a makeup game, and as you mentioned, Mets against the Cardinals. So there's no time to recover here.
One gone for Gary Sanchez. 2 hops to third. VR knocked it down, has plenty of time, and there were 2 away. Well, it's worth peeling into the remaining schedule for the Mets. They've got the Pods, Cardinals, A's, Rays. These are the toughest remaining schedules. And for the Mets, they're right in the middle of that board. I mean, San Diego really has to run the gauntlet down the stretch with a lot left against the Dodgers and Giants.
I mean, how far can things swing? I remember on July 4th, June 4th time, the Padres had about a 97% chance to get into the postseason. Today, they're on 20%. And the Yankees have a very favorable schedule against Minnesota, Baltimore, Cleveland, and Texas for the next 2 weeks. And if they can't make up ground with those teams, then they should not be in October.
Ball and a strike to Gio Urshela.
Well, the schedule, a big advantage for the Toronto Blue Jays. All these games they've had against the Orioles, crushing them again today.
It's an opposite field base hit for Urshela with 2 gone.
And they've also got 2 series the Blue Jays do coming up against the Minnesota Twins. So potentially big advantage there.
Yeah, it was nice of the Toronto Blue Jays to remind everybody that this was the first full weekend of NFL football with a 22-7 win in Baltimore today.
They are impressive, they are hot, and they can hit.
It's a little softer in terms of opponents' winning percentage for the Yankees. For the Mets, 15 of their final 19 against winning teams. Not quite as hard for the Yanks as we talked about. And Clark Schmidt, by the way, is making his 2nd plate appearance of the game. This tells you a few things. Aaron Boone's confident in him, but more so than that, they're not set up to pinch hit yet here. I mean, they need more out of their starter.
Yeah, and don't forget, losing Judge takes a big part of the chessboard away. And that means that you're going to have to probably, if they take the lead, play defense for Stanton. And Schmidt has impressed. Good fastball, top of the zone, good slider, nice composure, and the ability to overcome at least one of the 2 errors from the left side of the infield.
And it's another scoreless frame by Carlos Carrasco. To the bottom of the 4th. Still 4-2 Mets. installment of the Subway Series. The Yankees are looking to come from behind tonight and earn a split in their 6 games with their crosstown rivals. A 4-2 lead for the Mets as we go to the bottom of the 4th, joined by Yankee manager Aaron Boone. And I guess top of mind, Booney, is the status of Aaron Judge.
Yeah, he felt a little dizziness in his first at bat. Just kind of caught him all of a sudden. When he stepped out of the box, and then it just kind of stayed with him, for the next couple innings. He wanted to kind of keep going through it, but I was just, I didn't want him to be in a situation where, he put himself in danger, so we got him out of there. And hopefully it's something that subsides here over the next little bit and get him back in there tomorrow.
Booney, I can tell why you're so excited in the entire organization with this young man, Clark Schmidt. Power fastball, top of the zone, and a wipeout curveball. The one to VR was just outstanding.
Yeah, he has all the stuff, Alex. He's got all the pitches and the equipment to be a really good starter. It's just that getting to that last point of really being a quality strike thrower, where he, few too many hitters where he's behind 3-0, where he just kind of loses that zone, where he can dial in that command. That's going to allow him to be a really good major league pitcher.
Speaking of pitching, I know that this was a day for Garrett Cole. This was his spot, at least, until he was reshuffled. When is next for Garrett?
Yeah, so he threw a bullpen yesterday, which went well, and hoping to get him back out there possibly on Tuesday in Baltimore.
Booney, we appreciate the time as always.
All right, guys, thanks.
One gone for Jonathan VR, who has walked and struck out tonight. It ends a stretch of 4 straight Mets who had put the first pitch in play. VR taking a strike. It's 0-1.
There's a little overhand curveball there, 81. The wipeout curveball really acts like a slider against VR. So he can spin the heck out of the ball, and he can spin it up top of the fastball and with the breaking ball. Those 2 pitches give you an indication he has the potential to be a frontline starter.
Ball and a strike, the count to Jonathan VR. We talked about this earlier, the fact that the Mets season-wide are averaging fewer than 4 runs a game, and that ranks 27th across baseball. But in their 5-game season series against the Yankees, they're averaging 7.5 runs per game, already on the board with 4 tonight. 3 balls and a strike to VR.
Dangerous pitch here. Last time he had him 3-1, he blew him away with a fastball, and then 3-2 struck him out with the curveball.
A little tardy there to make it 3-2. Yeah, that strikeout came after a 3-1 count. VR ended up striking out on a 3-2 pitch. 3-2 pitch to him on the way here with 1 gone and the bases empty. And VR taps this one up the middle. LeMahieu cuts it off, but he won't have a play, and VR's aboard with 1 gone. That'll bring up the man responsible for tonight's Corona premier moment, Francisco Lindor's 3-run homer. Flipping the scoreboard and giving the Mets the 4-2 lead they enjoy currently. One out, 1 on for Lindor here.
VR always a threat to run.
There's still time to kind of write the final chapter in Lindor's first season in New York after the trade and the big contract extension. And if you started that narrative around Memorial Day, it would go down as a really successful year. And on the appeal, they say that he swung the bat. The fact is that the first 2 months of the season for Lindor were regrettably bad. But since May 29th, that Memorial Day weekend, it's been a lot better.
Matt, it reminds me a lot of the way Carlos Beltran started his career here in Flushing. First year off to a slow start, 16 home runs. Then came out the next year and hit a big home run early in April.
They are running. Sanchez throw down to second base, too late.
A great jump. Stole it on the pitcher. See the jump right there. Not much Gary Sanchez can do.
Former stolen base champ has swiped his 13th of the year.
So going back to Beltran, both Puerto Ricans, both switch hitters, both very good friends. Beltran a mentor to Lindor. So he gets off to a slow start with 16 home runs, then comes out the next year where he has an MVP type year, hits a home run early. The fans want a current call. He doesn't want to come out. And veteran Julio Franco says, you get out there and push them out there. He got the current call, reconnected with the great fans of the New York Mets, and went on to hit 41 home runs, and the rest is history. Carlos Beltran, what I think is a future Hall of Famer.
Ball and 2 strikes to count to Lindor. Boy, Francisco Lindor would love to think that he could run a parallel course, right?
Well, there's hope, and Carlos is a mentor. And part of New York City is you got to get comfortable around this city. It's different. You know, by the way, Carlos Beltran came from Kansas City, Houston, kind of Midwest part of the country. It's different in the coast. It's different in New York City. It's the best place to play. It's the hardest place to play. And you got to love to be in New York. There's no in between, because New York will run you over. And the fans of New York are way too smart. They can smell fear a million miles away.
Of course, Beltran went on to big years as a Yankee. In that second season as a Met, he finished top 4 in the NL MVP voting. So to your point, he flipped it pretty quickly.
Indeed.
2 balls and 2 strikes to count to Lindor.
The guy's another example of that. Joey Gallo, of course, going through that. 66 strikeouts and 163 plate appearances, getting booed in New York. But he's gotten counsel from Giancarlo Stanton, who, when you talk to other Yankees, they think he handles the booing as well as anyone that they've ever seen. And Alex, look, if you look at the long list of stars who go to New York, and you're among those, basically all of them struggle initially. You did. Jason Giambi struggled when he first came to New York. It's just a completely different challenge.
It is. And I think Matsui's the only guy that, hit that grand slam against the Twins and got off to a great start, and obviously finished with a World Series MVP. But look, New York's different. I mean, even the subtleties of having to take the train, or you live in Connecticut or Westchester, all these questions are not really answered in secondary and tertiary markets. In New York City, you got to want to be in the hot kitchen.
Well, for Lindor, I mean, the signs statistically are there that's happening. And one of the things that his fans look at, that Mets fans look at, is the success he's had with runners on base. He's got an 849 OPS with men on this season. So as the stakes rise, as the stage gets brighter, so has Lindor, especially since the All-Star break. Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. And he takes ball 4. Had to wait for the appeal down to Angel Hernandez.
Good at bat there by Lindor. Great take on the 3-2 curveball. If you're not seeing the ball well, you're swinging and missing there. But I've always said that I'd rather have a guy that hits 50 doubles and hits 300 than a guy that hits 50 home runs and hits 200. And there's 2 reasons for that, Matt. Number 1, the first guy helps you win championships. The second reason is it's going to cost you a fraction of what that first guy's going to cost.
Home run, you got to pay for the home run.
Right. And when you think about examples like Justin Turner, or Jose Abreu from the White Sox, Daniel Murphy, who also played here with the Mets, those kind of guys that hit doubles and make contact, that translates really nicely in October.
Yeah. Plus, it gives announcers like me a chance to say he's a doubles machine.
There you go.
One of the 2 cliches about a hitter that I have the biggest distaste for. A good piece of hitting, doubles machine. Next time I say one of those things, you can slap me.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, but when you think about all the great championship teams, it's the Paulo Neals, the Johnny Damons, the Derek Jeters, is the Matsuis. It's not just all or nothing. The doubles are money, and Lou Piniella always said, home runs kills rallies.
Andrew Heaney's up in the Yankee bullpen. Home runs kill rallies, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure I'm going that far.
He always talked about.
I'll take the homer.
No, of course. But if the homer, Matt, is at the cost of 5 strikeouts and a homer, you keep the homer. Give me the guy that hits 3 doubles and goes 3 for 5. Give me Justin Turner. Give me Daniel Murphy.
Did you ever want to push back on Lou and say the home run approach kills rallies?
Well, here's what Lou didn't want. He didn't want 50 home runs and hitting 180. Never. Because you cannot win with that approach. And if in October, you're facing 1, 2, and 3 in the front end and 1, 2, and 3 in the back end. So if you're striking out 250 times, 230 times, in October, that translates to about 400 strikeouts. You cannot win with that approach, period, end of story.
0-1 the count to Michael Conforto. And he's behind 0-2 now.
I didn't say end of story to you. You can keep coming over the top. I'm having fun with this conversation.
I know.
Man.
I mean, I'm getting you going here.
Yeah, you got me. I mean, Buster, jump in here if you want.
You got a run scoring thing, though.
I know. I'm fired up.
Let's say.
Sorry.
Stay there. It's okay. VR and Lindor aboard.
So the whole thing about fitting in New York, I had an interesting conversation with Gene Michael, who's one of the architects of the last dynasty in baseball, the 96 and 2001 Yankees. And I asked him when he took over the Yankees, when George Steinbrenner was suspended in 1990, what he focused on. He said, look, left-handed hitting for Yankee Stadium, and 2, he wanted players who could play in New York. And one of the guys he wound up trading for was Paul O'Neill. You guys remember he would destroy water coolers. He was the enemy of the Gatorade. And he felt like that O'Neill was so obsessed with his own performance, he didn't care if fans booed him. He was so locked into what he was doing. That's the type of personality he was looking for.
You know, Buster, the issue is I don't think Paul O'Neill would be looked at as someone the Yankees would want in today's game because he made far too much contact, didn't strike out enough, and didn't hit 40, 50 home runs. But all Paul O'Neill did was make great contact, hit in the clutch, and won 5 world championships.
Ball and 2 strikes, the count to Conforto.
And Buster, that continued with Tino Martinez, Tim Raines. He got Scott Brosius to play defense at third base. Knobloch to lead off with Jeter 1-2. You had this, diverse approach from 1 through 9. They had a team that no one hit 30 home runs, but yet they won 4 championships in 5 years.
That's back-to-back curveballs that have been spiked, and the throw into second base not in time on VR. We saw Andrew Heaney up in the bullpen for the Yankees. After Conforto, it's Pete Alonso and Javi Baez. You got 2 right-handed batters, and then it's Jeff McNeil. So I think more is going to be needed out of Clark Schmidt here.
I mean, 55-footer here, just overthrowing that curveball. And a nice job by Sanchez keeping it in front. Keeps the double play in order.
Schmidt reaching deep to try to keep this deficit at just 2 runs with 2 men aboard. And it's a bouncing ball for LeMahieu to Torres for 1. The double play. The Mets turned away despite 2 runners aboard with only 1 gone. A well-timed ground ball gets Clark Schmidt out of trouble in the 4th. On to inning number 5. Still a 2-run game in Queens. Tomorrow, our ESPN Plus matchup, Twins Yankees at the stadium. Coverage begins at 2 Eastern, 1 Central. To get ESPN Plus, go to ESPNplus.com or download the app. Wednesday night baseball. The series finale between the Diamondbacks and Dodgers, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific. And next week, Sunday night baseball, Phillies and Mets from right here at Citi Field. Both Wednesday and Sunday are on ESPN and the app, one tap. Carlos Carrasco back to work, top of the Yankee order in the 5th. Goodness, did you see what 37-year-old Max Scherzer did today? Got to 3,000 strikeouts, had a perfect game bid late into the afternoon, and the Dodgers just ran right away from the Padres. A ball and a strike to count to LeMahieu.
Well, we already know that Max Scherzer was the best pickup at the trade deadline based on the numbers, but now Cy Young Award might be coming down to Scherzer and Corbin Burns of the Milwaukee Brewers.
Wow, it's amazing how that narrative has changed in the last couple of weeks. We had Walker Buehler, and he had a wonky start a week ago on Sunday Night Baseball, but still a strong candidate. Zach Wheeler in Philly was perhaps a front runner about a week ago, or a month ago, I should say. This would be 4 for Scherzer. I mean, he's already Cooperstown bound, but 4, you send him a limo to pick him up in his first year of eligibility. On a hop for Baez, flags it down and gets him. And if you missed any of Scherzer's afternoon at home against the Padres, not only did he get to 3,000 career strikeouts, he had an immaculate inning, a 3-strikeout inning against the top of the Padres order. And he knew it too. And fans were on their feet at Dodger Stadium for 3,000. What a day.
Wow. Stud.
Yeah. Pitchers with 3,000 strikeouts and 3 Cy Young Awards. I mean, it's a Hall of Fame roll call, and Max is headed there too.
Indeed. I'll go one step further. He should be a unanimous selection, and if he's not, he could do what Derek Jeter did and call out the one person who didn't vote for him.
Still unidentified as Anthony Rizzo takes a strike. Still only one unanimous inductee. Mariano Rivera, the only guy. It's preposterous to think that somebody didn't vote for Cal Ripken in his first year of eligibility, or Tony Gwynn, or Robin Yount, or George Brett, or DiMaggio. In fact, it took DiMaggio, I believe, Buster, until his 4th ballot or 3rd ballot. Do I have that right?
Yeah, something like that.
Come on.
Wow.
A ball and a strike to Anthony Rizzo. And there were 3 guys, or 3 voters, I should say, that didn't vote for Ken Griffey Jr.
That's exactly right. I'm calling up my favorite number that I always love to cite in this conversation.
Okay.
Okay, Willie Mays.
Yeah.
23 voters didn't vote for Willie Mays.
That's unreal.
And Rizzo with a little self-defense here. Holy smokes. Look out.
His best chance to not get hit by that pitch was to swing at it.
You know, he talked to me a little bit before the game, and he said, look, Alex, with 2 strikes, I choke up. I just try to put the ball in play. I fight. And you mentioned, Matt, earlier in the game how aggressive he is, over 70% with 2 strikes. But part of it is he changes his approach. He puts away the driver and gets a smaller club. And now he says, let me just be a good hitter and put the ball in play.
And he doesn't necessarily sacrifice his power when he does that either.
Right.
It's amazing to me that more players don't make 2-strike adjustments. Maybe not amazing in a Rizzo capacity, but any kind of adjustment. You know as well as I do. We watch a lot of baseball. There's a lot of big swings on 2-strike counts.
Well, they talk a lot about exit velocity and launch angles, but all those things can only be measured if you make contact. If you don't make contact, it's a moot point.
Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes, 1 gone, bases empty, top half of inning number 5.
It's interesting. You saw what Carrasco just did. He just told McCann, I'm throwing him a fastball. And sometimes you'll see that you can pick it up. No sign fastball.
And there's ball 4.
Was he trying to deke him, Alex?
Maybe, but I mean, he just kind of gave him the fastball sign with the glove. And sometimes you do that when the hitter has his head down and you're certainly not paying attention. But that could have been a deke as well.
Introducing the Grubhub Guarantee. Our promise to deliver your order on time within the delivery window and for the lowest price compared to other apps. Or you'll get back at least $5 in perks.
Pitching coach Jeremy Hefner out to visit with Carrasco because Gardner was not in the starting lineup. Again, he was an addition or a substitution, better stated, for Aaron Judge, who, as Aaron Boone told us and confirmed, was beset by some dizziness and wasn't feeling quite right. That's what it looked like, too, when Judge took time during his first plate appearance. At first, we guessed contact lens. They gave him some eye drops, but there was more going on than that, as we kind of guessed at the time.
Yeah, you can tell just by his body language. He didn't seem comfortable. He looked like he was kind of a little bit in and out, and, you know, hopefully the big guy is okay.
Left-hander Brad Hand is up in the bullpen for the Mets. After Gardner, it's Stanton, and then the left-handed hitting Gallo. 1 out, 1 on. Oh, 1-1 to Brett Gardner.
And Gardner's found a new gear here since August 1st, hitting over 300, hitting in the clutch, playing good defense, consistent, gritty.
And I've noticed he's no longer damaging the roof of the dugout. You remember that when that was going on a few years ago?
Oh, yeah, they must have gotten a call from Geico or something, because, I mean, there was a lot of damage. Looked a little bit like the modern day Paul O'Neill.
I don't know if it was a call from Geico or a call from Commissioner Manfred's office. Oh, 0-2 the count to Brett Gardner. Little bouncing ball. And the Mets are barely able to get the out at first base. The attempt to get them both almost cost Francisco Lindor because Rizzo was able to evade the tag. Lindor is claiming that Rizzo left the baseline, and now Luis Rojas is championing that same cause.
And Ted Barrett on the call, the 24-year veteran, the crew chief. And a really, really good play by Baez, forcing Rizzo to get away.
Yeah, and you know, Luis Rojas has successfully lobbied for a umpire's discussion. They're meeting it, and yeah, they're calling him out. And that's the right call. Our replays confirm the Mets' claim.
And here comes Aaron Boone.
Rizzo left baseline. Now Boone wants an explanation. Going to be it for the top of the 5th, which means it's time for tonight's 5th inning fast talk presented by T-Mobile. Head over to ESPN's Instagram Live now.
Don't start with hands.
Here's the last play. Francisco Lindor with an excellent play, forcing Rizzo to make his move, ensuring the back play out, and Rizzo out of position. Well played by the Mets and Lindor.
Pretty easy call, right?
Yeah.
I mean, after we looked at it again in real time, it's always hard to judge those things, but taking another look, they got it right on the field. Here's Pete Alonso leading things off, and Clark Schmidt remains in the game for the Yankees.
Matt, and the common mistake by shortstops and second base, they will chase Rizzo. They will only get one and give up the backhand double play. But what he did well, he gave him a good footstep, got the out, and let, Ted Barrett, the umpire, make the right call, which was an easy call.
You make one move. If you don't get him, got to go to first base. Yeah, I got it. Ball and a strike to count to Alonso. Pete Zofer's last 7 in the series, always a threat, however, with the 32 dingers. For whatever reason, the homers for Alonso have come a little bit more frequently away from Citi Field. 1-2. Over the last 2 years, 16 homers here at Citi, 32 on the road. And among players with at least 35 homers since the start of last year, that's the lowest percentage of home runs.
And when you're a slugger, you never want that, right? You want to figure out your home field. You always want to have home field advantage. And you want to have your greatest numbers right here at Citi Field. So for Alonso, he has to try to figure that out.
Something we talked to Luis Rojas about before the game. There are multiple potential explanations. There's a bouncer, Urshela gloves, and has it to first base in time. The Mets are one of the 10 teams around the league that use a humidor. Trying to normalize the baseballs. Nice play by Urshela this time, despite the double clutch. And not to mention, I think a lot of Mets hitters have cited this at various stages the last few years. There is a swirling wind condition in this ballpark that might be underreported nationally. Certainly Mets fans are aware of it. They talk about it daily on SNY. But just because the flags are blowing out doesn't necessarily mean the baseball's moving in here. 0-1 the count to Javi Baez.
And there's a lot of stadiums like that, Matt, in Texas, when the wind was blowing in straight with the flags. If they were blowing hard in, that means the wind was blowing out. In Yankee Stadium, it was the knob of the bat at the old Yankee Stadium. So no matter what's happening with swirling winds, all you had to do was look at the bat at the very top of the flagpole, and wherever that knob was facing, that's where the wind was blowing.
I mean, Pete Alonso hit a ball to center field to end the 8th inning last night that off the bat looked like it was going to knock the apple down. I mean, it looked like it was gone. And there's a base hit for Baez. That's on an 0-2 pitch against a guy that chases. Reminder to listen to MLB's podcasts to hear the latest analysis from insiders across the league and exclusive in-depth interviews with baseball's biggest stars. Subscribe now at MLB.com/podcasts, including our favorite, the Baseball Tonight podcast with Buster Olney.
Thanks for that. I would not be surprised if Baez runs on the first pitch and McNeil swings on the first pitch.
Okay.
Some action coming here.
Baez will run, 17 stolen bases on the year. And McNeil is a notorious first pitch swinger. Eight of the last 9 Mets have swung at the first pitch, and McNeil singled on the first pitch in his last at bat. So we've seen Andrew Heaney up a couple of times tonight, but I think even though the Yankees trail, Aaron Boone and his staff have to be very pleased in getting this far into the night with Clark Schmidt.
Well, Pleased indeed, and he should be more in the 6th inning because of the miscues defensively from Torres and Urshela. Showing signs of brilliance in parts of these games with the high fastball and the wipeout curveball slider.
Been a good series for Jeff McNeil, 4 for 8 over the weekend. We talked about his great success against the Yankees. He sits safely in 14 of 16 career games against the crosstown rivals.
Alex, you mentioned the possibility Baez could run. There was a year when Schmidt was in the minor leagues that opposing runners 12 for 13 stealing bases. Of course, he doesn't have a lot of experience in the big leagues. Maybe Baez looks for an opportunity.
And Baez will pick and choose his times. Try to put you to sleep over there a little bit and then just take off.
And McNeil sends that one into the corner in right field. Let's see if they try it with Baez. They're going to give him the stop sign. And the Mets are set up 2nd and 3rd with 1 gone.
Good swing right here, right over Rizzo. Nice job here by Gallo, getting this ball in quickly and throwing the ball, holding Baez at 3rd base. Baez, one of the most aggressive runners in baseball, looking for any excuse to just keep on running.
I mean, we've seen him go right through stop signs on multiple occasions the past couple years. He was actually respecting the rules of the road there.
Matty, the Yankees have a situation here. They can either bring the infield in and pitch to Pilar, or they can walk him, pitch to McCann, who's on deck, and play double play up the middle.
Heaney's back up. He's working on a old Sparky Anderson style complete game in the bullpen tonight.
And I would choose the latter. I would walk Pilar, pitch to McCann, get the force play in every base, and work for the double play. McCann's a double play candidate.
Well, the Yankees got Conforto to ground into an inning-ending double play with 1st and 2nd and 1 gone last inning. The infield is in for New York. Pilar has benefited from the 2 Yankee miscues on the left side of the infield tonight. Here we go. Kevin Pilar has been really good this month with runners in scoring position. He's 5 for 13, had 2 RBIs last night. And as we talked about, the bottom of the Mets order has been really productive over the last month.
You know, I don't like giving Schmidt. It was David Cohn. You give him the option to pitch around Pilar, but a young pitcher can't do that. I just rather put him on and go get McCann for the double play.
Baez a runner at 3rd, McNeil at 2nd. It's a 1-out single, then a double. Aaron Boone trying to coax 5 innings out of his rookie right-handed starter tonight. Oh, and that hit him. And now the bases are loaded with 1 gone.
Oh, Schmidt came running in as if he's absolutely convinced it hit the knob of the bat.
No, and he's wrong, Buster. That ball was a 2-seamer that just chased him. Nothing Pilar can do. And McCann, a double play candidate, puts the ball on the ground about 53% of the time. So if you're Schmidt, get the ball down. 1 pitch can get you back in the dugout.
Boy, I mean, the Mets hitters, for whatever reason, have had targets on their backs 25 games since August 16th. And the Mets lead the majors in being hit by pitches over that span. And that's going to be all for Schmidt. A pitching change for the Yankees. Bases loaded, 1 gone, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, telecast presented by Taco Bell. Well, Clark Schmidt removed with a mess on the bases. They're loaded with one gone. He went 4 1/3 on the AARP pitching summary tonight. I think all things considered, a 90-pitch workload is as much as the Yankees could have asked for. And while he does leave trailing with the bases loaded, hats off to Clark Schmidt being pressed into duty under a tough circumstance tonight.
Yeah, Matt, promising stuff. I mean, electric stuff all night long. Pitched through some jams, showed some poise, and when he come away, plus fastball with a wipeout curveball.
Andrew Heaney's overall line between his time with the Angels and the Yankees, 27 appearances, an ERA near 6. As a Yankee, he's made 9 appearances, 5 of them are starts, and the ERA as a Yankee closer to 8. They'll face James McCann, who has walked and flied out tonight, but who has had a good series with a homer and 5 runs batted in. J.D. Davis waits on deck to pinch hit. There's been enough head-to-head between these two from their American League days to create a bit of a book. James McCann is 2 for 11 with 6 strikeouts against Andrew Heaney.
Heaney, fastball, curveball, changeup. Matt, something to watch here. If you're DJ LeMahieu and you see Pilar going way off first base, he's going to come in hot. So if you're DJ LeMahieu, you want a really firm and quick throw so you're able to turn to double play.
Bases loaded. And McCann takes a fastball.
Matt, there's always a question about batter versus pitcher history and how much teams rely on small sample size. Well, this is a great example of that. Perhaps the head-to-head matchup, the Yankees feeling like that McCann doesn't have great success against Heaney, because McCann certainly historically against other lefties has done a ton of damage.
Two balls and a strike. As far as bases loaded situations for James McCann, he's got 9 career hits with the bases loaded, but 5 of them are grand slams. And there's a ball that looked like it caught the bottom of the zone. Instead, it's 2 balls and a strike. Well, we knew we'd see Andrew Heaney at some point tonight. Well, the Yankees were hoping that it would come in perhaps a more ideally suited part of the opposing lineup. And now with the bases loaded, 3-1.
If you're McCann in the box right now, you want to slow your heartbeat. The only thing you don't want to do is roll over a ground ball to third base. Think middle, left center to right center. Do not fall off the pitch.
J.D. Davis still standing on deck, bases loaded with 1 gone. 3-1 pitch to McCann is lifted out to deep right. Gallo's on the move. He makes the catch. It's more than enough to tag and score Baez. And the Mets increase their lead to 3. Credit James McCann with RBI number 41. A pleasing plate appearance. 5-2 Mets.
And a very mature, patient, professional bat from McCann. Working to a 3-1 count, getting a pitch you can handle, and not trying to do too much. Well done.
I'm going to resist the good piece of hitting cliche.
Thank you.
But I just kind of said it anyway, didn't I? Here's J.D. Davis pinch hitting. Opened the season as the Mets starting third baseman, but due to a variety of circumstances has lost that chair. Jonathan Villar getting the overwhelming bulk of opportunities at third base down the stretch. Davis has runners at the corners. J.D. Davis is another one of those really aggressive Mets hitters that likes the first pitch, as we just saw.
And the Mets have the most pinch hit RBIs in the majors.
Heaney trying to limit the damage at just a run. First and third with 2 gone, a run in. Yankees playing the rest of this night without their most productive player. Aaron Judge removed with dizziness after 2 plate appearances. So thoughts of a comeback grow a little more difficult when you're without your biggest run producer.
And McNeil way off third.
Yeah, he's really busy down there, and finally that brings Gio Urshela in a little bit closer to the bag, just prevent that walking lead. Baez started the rally with a 1-out single. McNeil doubled. Pilar was hit by a pitch, then the sac fly to get the Mets on the board. 2 balls and a strike. And Davis sends a ground ball to shortstop that gets Heaney and the Yankees out of any further trouble. Could have been a lot worse with the bases loaded and 1 gone. Only 1 in the Mets half of the 5th. Throughout the baseball season, Geico is donating tickets to honor military members and their families at Major League Baseball stadiums around the country through the Geico Seats for Service program. And tonight we welcome Colonel Craig Martin, Garrison Commander, U.S. Army Fort Hamilton, and intelligence officer, cavalryman, and former enlisted airborne infantryman. Colonel Martin has commanded at the company and battalion level in combat, leading units in multiple tours to Kuwait, Iraq, and Syria. Welcome. We got a pitching change here for the Mets, creeping along here in the 6th inning, and it's Jeurys Familia on to make his 57th appearance of the year. He'll get Stanton, Gallo, and Torres, the 4, 5, 6 part of the Yankee order, with the Mets on top by 3. Stanton has doubled in a run and struck out tonight. Mets play him to pull, as just about everybody does these days.
Familia with a bowling ball sinker. You want to make sure that sinker's up, slider, a little change split. Power stuff.
A ball and 2 strikes to Stanton. He's got that grunt, that very distinctive grunt.
And Matty, when you look at the sinker, I mean, that is a wipeout sinker. That ball moved 2 feet, and there's nothing Stanton or any hitter can do. A right-hand turn. Filthy.
Stanton just 2 for 14 with 9 strikeouts against him in his career. Lines that one right to Baez, who's on the other side of the bag to make the play.
Sounds like a tennis match. Yeah. Not 1 grunt, but 2 grunts. And perfectly played. Positioned Baez.
That was over 111 miles an hour off the bat, and Baez caught that like he was playing catch with a kid. There's Joey Gallo now with 1 gone. I am fascinated to find out where the free agent wins blow Javi Baez in the offseason. And I know we got plenty of baseball left and a lot of canvas this year. But that shortstop class with Carlos Correa, with Marcus Semien being back out there on it, it's going to be a fascinating dialogue all winter long.
Cubs. That's my guess. I think
so.
Baez goes back to Chicago.
Okay. Is there going to be enough money for him after they have to re-sign Frank Schwindel? Taking the league by storm.
Yeah, he's been great. And their payroll flexibility, as you know, is extraordinary, above and beyond what they're going to pay Mr. Schwindel. And look, Baez is probably worth more to them than any other team because of what he means to their fan base. And they did get very close, Matt, in the spring of 2020 to reaching a deal on a long-term deal, and then COVID hit.
I think there's some momentum for Baez returning here, especially the play over the last month. Ever since thumbs down gate, he's been great.
Hey, Buster, you know, not to change subjects, but I'm going to do it anyways. Talking about free agency, the one question I think wondering minds around New York are interested in is what happens with Judge next year. After next year, he's a free agent. What do the Yankees do? And what are Judge's options?
Well, it's a great question. He is a free agent, eligible for free agency after the 2022 season. And look, he's been phenomenal this year. And in the previous 3 seasons, he missed about a third of the games. And so the Yankees are going to, at some point during the course of this wintertime, will probably have conversations with him and decide whether or not they're going to lock him up to a long-term deal. And one X factor in all that is the collective bargaining talks that are going on, and how free will the Yankees feel in expanding their payroll. So their payroll this year is about the same level that it was in 2004. Okay, so you would assume now that they went under the competitive balance tax for 2021 that that'll grow, and typically after CBAs, our new collective bargaining agreements, are signed, teams get more aggressive. You do wonder if the Yankees are one of those teams that could substantially grow their payroll, and perhaps as part of that, maybe they discuss the question with Aaron Judge about working out a long-term deal.
Full count to Joey Gallo. And there's ball 4. Well, you know, if there is a team or a small group of teams that can afford multiple $200 million deals on a payroll, it's the New York teams. The question is, what's the appetite for another huge contract? Because that will be a huge contract.
Yeah, and Matty's more than 200. I mean, you have Cole at north of 300, and you have Stanton at north of 300, even though the Yankees didn't inherit all of that from the Marlins, more like 260 or something like that. The question is, can they afford a third $300 million contract in one roster? And look, even if you're the Yankees, Buster, you still have limited resources. And the question is, how do you deploy that amongst 26 players?
That's exactly right. And generally speaking, when you talk to general managers, they feel like it's close to impossible to pay 3 megastars. Well, you know what? The Yankees, they certainly could. They're one of the teams that could actually consider doing that.
And then the question becomes, Gallo is a little younger than Judge. You know, have they made their bed with Stanton, Gallo? And then the conundrum that they have is, of the 3, which 2 do they keep? And it may come down to Gallo and Judge.
Gleyber Torres with a drive to left field. McNeil back, measuring off the wall, and that one's gone. Redemption tonight for Gleyber Torres, a 2-run homer that makes it a 1-run ball game.
And it's been a night of highs and lows for Gleyber Torres. The walk and then the blast. 97 miles an hour coming in. And the 2-run Jimmy Jack fastball, foot down, head down, bomba in the Queens. We got a ball game.
Number 7 on the year for Gleyber Torres. Much maligned for his power outage this year. But a big 2-run biscuit.
Guys, there have been a lot of times this year when it looked like the confidence was out of Gleyber Torres. But last night he had a good game. He swung the bat well, got a hit to left field, nearly took the ball out to right field, and then he had that great play at the end of the game to help the Yankees take the lead, sliding in hard to second base, forcing a bad throw by Javi Baez. Maybe a little bit of that swag coming back.
Here's Gary Sanchez now. That is the 9th homer allowed by Jeurys Familia this year, a career high. And on the other side of it, the homer for Torres, his first since July 21st, a span of 95 at-bats, and with it, the Mets bullpen getting busy behind Familia.
Manny, for the Yankees, 7 home runs this series, 4 last night, the most in one game since 1999.
2 balls and no strikes to Sanchez. And the energy has ticked up here at Citi Field for sure.
And the Mets, here we go again with a 1-run game potentially.
Oh, I mean, it's nothing but 1-run games for the Mets. They've played 57 of them this year, the highest total in the sport. 3-0 to Sanchez. That's an easy take on a 3-0 pitch. Fastball that missed by a foot and a half.
Matty, we talk about how mental the game is, and is a game of inches and a fraction of an inch on the 3-2. The 3-2 pitch, fastball down, just missed by Familia. And if he gets a strikeout, how different that inning could be.
Here comes Luis Rojas, and he's taking the ball from him. Jeurys Familia had not walked a batter in his last 6 appearances. Not only does he walk 2 here, he gives up a 2-run homer. Pitching change. We'll be right back. Tomorrow night, the 52nd season of Monday Night Football with Lamar Jackson and the Ravens in Vegas to take on Derek Carr and the Raiders. Steve Levy, Brian Greasy, Louis Riddick have the call. Lisa Salters and John Perry on the field. 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ESPN, ABC, ESPN Deportes, and the ESPN app. One app, one tap. Special edition of Monday Night Countdown kicks off the coverage at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific on ESPN. And speaking of football, oh my! And he is a biggin. Yeah, I mean, the front line is fearsome. This would be the linebacker level if the Yankees were to play on the gridiron. Voit, Rizzo, Sanchez. Big boys.
Hey, Matty, speaking of Vegas, have you been to Allegiant Stadium where the Raiders play?
No, have you been there?
Yes, and it is unbelievable.
Really?
It is so cool.
Where does it rate against Jerry's World?
Oh, boy. I mean, Jerry's Jerry, right? So I would have to say 1. Jerry's 1, and probably this one 2.
Wow.
I still haven't been to the Rams out in L.A.
Okay.
But Vegas is Vegas, and you see the whole strip. There's Castro.
Yeah, Miguel Castro is on to pitch, the hard-throwing right-hander. Another guy with a heavy sinker.
Heavy sinker, slider, and change. Urshela's had some success. 5 for 8 with a bomb.
One of the big guys we profiled a moment ago, Luke Voit, waiting on deck. Gio Urshela has struck out and singled tonight. A 2-run homer by Gleyber Torres, chasing Jerry's Familia and kind of changing the vibe here tonight. Just a 1-run game in the 6th.
Mets had a 2-run lead in the 8th yesterday and gave that up. Today they have a 3-run lead.
Miguel Castro has inherited 17 runners this year. Only 4 of them have come around to score. Runner at first with 1 gone.
Luke Voit in the on-deck circle is a possible pinch hitter. You guys were talking about how the Yankees look like a football team. His brother, Luke Voigt's brother, John, actually played at Army as a defensive lineman.
Okay, here we go. And Urshela sends that out to right, slicing away from Conforto, who will run out of room. Gio Urshela's had some success against Miguel Castro. 5 for 8 with a homer. What is the at-bat sample size where you pay attention to head-to-head? Is it a dozen? Is it more than that?
I mean, everything's different. I would say about a dozen, but if a guy's 2 for 3 with 2 homers, that gives you enough of an indication that you're feeling pretty sexy up there.
Yeah, the damage. I got it.
Yeah.
Still 1 and 2.
You know, for the Yankee offense, Matt, one of the things to look at is when they won 13 games in a row, they had 49 extra base hits with only 4 double plays. The next 13, they were 2 and 11, 25 extra base hits, and not 4 double plays, but 18. So the key for the Yankees is 2 things: hit extra base hits and do not hit into double plays.
Well, we had the Yankees a couple weeks ago in Oakland when they hit into a handful of double plays and just couldn't get out of their own way in terms of rallies. You know, before they turned it on in the second half of the season, they were being torn apart as a kind of bad station-to-station team. They weren't good on base. Strikeout for Castro. That all fixed itself at one point.
Filthy slider here from Castro. Little frisbee. Goes down low a little bit. East to west.
So Luke Voigt's a pinch hit.
What's great about Voigt playing in New York, you don't know if they're cheering you or booing you. You can just play mind games with yourself.
Oh, it's like you're doing a Tigers game in the 80s. Those aren't boos you're hearing in the stands. Those are loos. Voigt 2 for his last 9 with a homer as a pinch hitter. He's behind 0-2. Again, small sample size here, but Voigt's 3 for 6 with 2 homers against Miguel Castro.
And he's looking for another one.
The homer certainly gets your attention. Behind 0-2. There are pockets of this crowd, by the way, where depending on the section you're in, fans have not had a seat yet.
I mean, look how deep Baez and Lindor, both infielders, playing way back in the grass there. Something I've never seen before. I mean, Baez is in short center field, and Lindor's got both feet on the grass. Guys with tremendous range, athleticism, arm strength. Fastball away.
Got him. I mean, blew it right past him. Miguel Castro with a couple of impressive strikeouts to minimize any further damage, but the Gleyber Torres homer has made it a 1-run game in Queens.
On this last play, look at Javi Baez and watch his move going to right field here towards the bag. That tells you that a fastball away is coming. Watch his move here by Baez. You see that? It's subtle, but it's perfect. And as a hitter, boy, when you see that, you can lean out of the plate and think right center field and forget about the slider.
Big strikeouts and the threat. Not before the homer tightens it up to a 1-run affair, and it'll be the top of the order in the Mets half of inning number 6. VR, Lindor, and Conforto. And a new pitcher on the mound for the Yankees. He is former Red and Giant Wandy Peralta. 49th appearance of the year for the left-hander Peralta. Andrew Heaney went 2/3 of an inning in relief of Clark Schmidt, and Peralta will get the 6th.
Fastball, slider, and a change.
So it tells you that the Yankees are a little more comfortable with VR and Lindor from the right side of the plate. Couple of switch hitters that lead things off. And then Conforto, a left-handed batter, so a perfect time in the mind of the Yankees to use a left-handed relief option. And there aren't a whole lot of options out there, let's face it. I mean, these are two bullpens that are taxed at this stage of the season and of the series. It has been a high-scoring series for the Mets. In fact, if the Mets score one more run, they'll match the most runs they've ever scored in a single season against the Yankees.
Wow. And Matty, to your point, don't forget these guys only played 60 games last year, so they're gassed right now.
Flag down by Urshela. You know, Jonathan VR has really earned his keep around here, not only with good play, but with some terrific baseball sense. We're going to take you back to last night, and Taijuan Walker had just given up a home run. He was getting knocked around. And then watch Walker after this changeup miss to Aaron Judge. He looks into the Mets dugout or at third base, and Jonathan VR was there. Buster, you can pick up the story from there.
Yeah, and what VR went to tell Walker was he was hearing whistling from the Yankees dugout. He told this to Marley Rivera of ESPN Radio earlier today.
Francisco Lindor's done it again. His second homer of the game.
And Lindor this time from the right side. Little BP fastball there, change, and an absolute bomb. Little circle change, turns it over a little bit. Not enough. And the emotion around first base.
Here's Conforto now. Back to a 2-run Mets lead. One and one to Conforto.
You know, Buster, just to put a button on your story, you know, you saw Baez on the inning before moving to his left. There's so many ways that hitters try to get an advantage. And sometimes the middle infielders tip their hand and move too early. It's telling the hitter exactly what's coming and what location.
Now, in VR's case, what VR told Marley Rivera that he heard is that when Walker was setting up a certain way before pitches, sometimes he would hear a whistle from the Yankees dugout and sometimes not. And so he went to the mound, told Walker, look, I think you're tipping their pitches and they know what's coming. Jeremy Hefner, the Mets pitching coach, came out. All the other infielders went in. They talked about it. Walker made an adjustment with his delivery. But it is interesting to see Lindor, as he rounded the bases there, almost seemingly make a reference to the whistling.
2 gone now for Pete Alonso. Well, the Mets don't think it's a coincidence that after that tip-off, if you will, Taijuan Walker went on to retire 13 in a row. You know, we thought, and we all watched the game last night, we thought that it was just a kind of calming down visit, like I'm a leader, I'm a veteran, I'm going to go talk to the starter. It was much more than that, as it turns out.
Yeah, man, and I was sitting there behind home plate, and the way he came to the mound, it was unusual. It almost looked like he's saying Walker was hurt.
Oh yeah, he's talking whistle right there, right into the Yankee dugout. Oh, dude, shots fired. Wow. The rivalry didn't need any more spice, but it just got it. Francisco Lindor has become the 11th Mets player to homer from both sides of the plate in the same night. Three and one. You know, as a lay fan, I marvel at switch hitters to begin with. I think it's the most freakishly amazing skill for an athlete. To watch a guy hit a homer from both sides of the plate in the same night, it doesn't get any better than that. Alonso's aboard on ball 4. You remember stuff like that. I remember Tony Clark doing it in the minor leagues, coming up as a Toledo Mud Hen. Jonathan Villar did it earlier this year. It's special.
You're playing with Georgie Posada, Bernie Williams, guys that are easily to take for granted, but they did it, and they did it often. And this is a good matchup here for Baez.
Javi Baez has already had a pretty good night at the plate with a pair of singles and a run scored. Tony Clark actually homered from both sides of the plate as a Met as well.
Yeah, this is the 11th Met ever to do that.
You want some other names? I got the list right here.
I know
Our research staff is the best in the business.
I know Beltran's in there. Who else?
Your guy Carlos Beltran.
Jose Reyes.
Yeah, okay, good guess. I'm going to hit you with some old school guys. Howard Johnson did it.
Okay, Hojo.
As did, that's lined out to left. Just getting ready to tell you that Sopranos character Lee Mazzilli also has homered from both sides of the plate as a Met.
Mazzo.
Maz is watching tonight. Put Frankie Lindor's name on the list. 6-4 Mets. Compete for cash every game with MLB Quick Pick presented by BetMGM. Make 7 pregame picks. Compete to win. Restrictions apply. See rules and enter at MLB.com/QuickPick. 2-run get. Hey, there he is. There's our guy Lee Mazzilli.
Mazzo.
Maz is in the Mets radio booth tonight, and tomorrow he'll be having a go-ba-go sandwich at Satrial's.
And he was my coach with the Yankees. You're talking about a great baseball man. Passion, funny.
Working with Wayne Randazzo tonight, filling in for Howie Rose, who we hope gets back on the air soon. There he is. Maz is watching. DJ LeMahieu flares a base hit into center field. I wonder if after Lindor's homer from the right side, if Maz just simply said, you know, I've done that before. Wake me up when it's a big deal.
Of course he did. you know, Maz was my first base coach, and I learned so much from him. We have the greatest conversations in spring training. We would sit down and talk about the game, situational hitting. His son was coming up, you know, going to be a big-time prospect. But I really, really enjoyed my time with Maz and learned a great deal from him.
He's a beauty.
The best.
We're going to have a pitching change for the Mets after the leadoff single.
I want to get into this list, Matt. Switch hitters.
Well, instead, we're going to get Mr. Hand. If I'm here and you're here, isn't it our time? Welcome back. Tonight's game, a part of the Geico Hunt for October on ESPN, and the Hunt for October is well underway. Cincinnati and San Diego in a heat for that second wild card spot. Giants, the best team in the land at 93 wins. The Mets are 5.5 back in the East, 3.5 back in a wild card race that still has too many teams to make any real big statements about. And Brad Hand will enter in relief for New York. Been pretty good, in fact, been real good as a Met. Has not allowed an earned run in his 5 games with the Mets this season, covering 4 1/3 innings. Mets claimed him off waivers from the Blue Jays. And he'll get Anthony Rizzo here with a runner aboard and nobody out.
Yeah, fastball slider. Rizzo been really good against lefties.
Fastball starts Rizzo with a strike. 2 walks and a run scored for the 3-time All-Star tonight. LeMahieu led off the inning with a base hit. Hand, the 4th Met to pitch tonight. Carlos Carrasco went 5. Jerry's Familia 3rd of an inning. Then Miguel Castro, and now Brad Hand. If ever there was a series, Alex, that proves that you can't have a script, it's this one. I mean, just cobbling together 27 outs and covering innings has been a challenge.
Indeed. And for Brett Hand, supposed to have been the closer for the Nats this year, and before that, the Indians closer.
Certainly plenty of high leverage experience as Rizzo fouls that one away.
Yeah, doesn't it feel like both managers are just counting outs at this point? And I think that's, you know, for the Yankees, that's the way their lives might be as we go down the stretch here because of all these pitching injuries.
Well, the other thing, Buster, is the game has changed. I mean, a quality start would be 6 or 7 innings. They're considering quality starts today 3.5.
Yeah.
You know, 4 1/3.
Yeah, that model's dead.
And the mentality of the horses giving you 200 innings every year. That's a very, very important too. And we talked about the 86 Mets, and you talked about Gooden and Sid Fernandez and Ron Darling. All those good years, year in and year out, 200 innings plus. That formula worked for a long time. I didn't know what was wrong with it, but the game, that part has changed.
I mean, counting outs tonight, and you're counting days. There's not a lot of canvas left. The Yankees have the Twins across town at home tomorrow, and then 3 in Baltimore. Then they're back home for Cleveland and Texas. And of their remaining schedule, that's the softest portion of it, because they finish with Boston, Toronto, and Tampa Bay. But by that final series, I mean, Tampa Bay might be in a different mode. Pretty good chance they'll have already wrapped things up by then. Blue Jays and Red Sox with a half-game lead over the Yankees in the wild card standings. Way too early to count out Seattle or Oakland. 3 back.
Matty, I just got handed a great note here. In '86, the Mets had 200 innings pitched from Gooden, Darling, Bob Ojeda, and Sid Fernandez. And what that does, 800 innings plus from 4 guys, it neutralizes that bullpen. And then what happens to Green this year wouldn't happen. And maybe injuries can be prevented. You can only get 15, 17, 18, 19 outs out of a bullpen night in and night out. Maybe in a 60-game season like last year, maybe in college or high school. At the big league level, very challenging to do that to your team and your bullpen.
Rizzo bounces it to second. Baez has a hard time with the transfer. He does have the presence of mind to get 1 out on it, but you talk about a room service double play ball. What happened?
Yeah, Taylor made a double play here for the Mets. And there's absolutely no need to rush here. I mean, catch it, step and throw to Lindor, and you have a tailor-made double play. Just try to be a little bit too quick there.
So LeMahieu survives and advances to second with 1 gone now, and it'll bring back Brett Gardner for a second time. Gardner was the hitter when the double play was called in the 5th that involved Anthony Rizzo leaving the base runner's lane on his way from first to second. Strike 1 to Brett Gardner. Gardner playing for Aaron Judge, who made his first 2 plate appearances tonight. Struck out swinging in the 1st, looking in the 3rd, and then was removed with dizziness. It was a condition that was pretty clear in the 1st inning when he took some time between pitches.
And last night in the 8th inning, it was the battery of Gardner leading off with a single and then the homer by Judge. This would be Judge's appearance right here. Similar to yesterday, down by 2, hit the 2-run homer to tie it. And now you have Gardner left on left instead.
Boy, that double play ball was such a missed opportunity, especially when you consider Giancarlo Stanton waits on deck. Every one of the games in this series has been marred by a couple of bad defensive moments. 2-1.
It's important here for Hand to get Gardner out, because with Stanton on deck, you face him with 2 outs and a base empty. Not that you're going to walk him, but you can be very careful. And then you can go left on Gallo. You have to start playing chess matches this early and start counting outs.
Two balls and a strike. It's the first plate appearance for the Yankees with a runner in scoring position since the 2nd inning. They've only got 3 hits since that point in the game, but one of them was the 2-run homer by Gleyber Torres. Seth Lugo up in the Mets bullpen. Two to Gardner. There's a pretty good chance we're going to see 7, perhaps 8 Mets pitchers try to close this out tonight.
You know, we talked about the 1986 Mets having 4 starters over 200. This Mets team will have 2 pitchers with over 150. And that's it.
A little different threshold, huh? Well, and it becomes really an equation of, do you have the horses, and can your horses stay healthy? And I remember when Joe Maddon won a World Series in 2016 with the Cubs, they had a goal that year. And a called strike 3 taken by Gardner.
Gardner better be careful here, because they are ready through. Judge has been out of the game. If you're Gardner, you need to do everything in your power to stay in this game. Be careful. Now, you never want to bring the winning run to the plate and walk Stanton here, but Stanton has numbers against Hand, 2 for 3 with a homer. And too close to take there for Gardner. He wasn't happy, but they got it right. Ken Kaiser used to say, Hall of Fame pitch. A-Rod, go back in the dugout.
Strikeout was big, but the missed double play ball is a part of the storyline with Stanton having a plate appearance here. This is where the 3-batter minimum plays a huge role. This is not the ideal matchup for the Mets.
Yeah, this should be a walk. I mean, you're going to pitch around him, and you're going to pitch to Gallo here. Again, a little bit contrarian. You don't want to put the winning run to the plate, but there's no need to give Stanton anything to hit with Gallo on deck. Like that.
Into deep left center field, and this game is tied. Santa Maria. And look at Stanton taking his sweet time. Oh, he got some chippiness. He's talking to Lindor. Oh, now it's on. Everybody's out on the field. Stanton answering back to Lindor. Umpires and coaches are doing their best to defuse the situation. Here come the bullpens. Oh, boy. Have you ever seen a guy stop mid-home run talk to mid-home run trot, that is, to talk?
Never, never, never watched, never as a fan, never as a player.
That was aggressive. I'm sure Yankee fans loved it.
We have a game, we have a series.
Oh, boy. This is mid-home run jog. He kept moving. Now he slowed down. There he stopped. Gio Urshela is the guy that's the hottest in the pile right now. That's being dispersed. You know, I got to say, it looked like Stanton just told him to stop.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't junk talking as much as it was just. It looked like he was defending the Yankees' integrity there after the accusations of the whistle.
And I have no issues either way there. I mean, both guys just expressing themselves, passionate, playing for bragging rights. Vital games for both teams. But what should not be lost and underscored is I cannot believe that Stanton got a cookie that good to hit with Gallo on deck, who already has 3 Ks against Hand in his career.
That's a great point. Yeah.
And I thought he was going to unintentionally just walk him. And we talked about it way before it happened.
Well, if you're joining us late, here's Lindor after his 2nd homer of the game. And he's making a reference to what was alleged yesterday. The Yankees dugout whistling to try to tip pitches against Taijuan Walker. So then Stanton hits his 2-run homer, and as he's passing Lindor on base, says, "Hey man, tranquilo, it's okay."
Well, you're in New York. If you're going to talk the talk, you better walk the walk.
Oh man!
And they're both doing it, so this is fun.
You guys, both teams have been warned by home plate umpire Lance Barksdale.
Well, nobody's leaving early tonight, I'm going to tell you that. A 6-6 game.
And this is the matchup that if you're the New York Mets, you wanted from the get-go. By striking out Gardner, you bought yourself the ability to pitch around Stanton to go get this guy right here who's been struggling.
Strike 1 to Gallo.
Left on left, struck out Gardner, who's very hard to strike out. And now left on left, advantage Mets.
Well, you make a great point because you lose sight of the missed strategy. It's not just the missed execution. It was the missed strategic moment by the Mets. And it totally backfired.
Yeah, I mean, man, there's a mismatch, and Hand is really tough against right-handed, almost unhittable here against lefties, and showed it against Gardner, and now showing it here against Gallo. And I don't think this is really a byproduct of the 3-batter rule. I actually thought it played perfectly for the Mets by striking out Gardner. Now, if you walk Gardner, now you have to pitch to Stanton, and the 3-batter rule hurts you. In that case, it played beautiful for you.
Still a way to manage the 3-batter minimum for sure.
Absolutely. That base is open for a reason.
Chose not to walk him. Let's not forget about the failed double play opportunity as well. I mean, that looms large here too.
That's right.
Gallo catches a break on that call. The ball and 2 strikes.
Errors early by Torres and now Baez both get capitalized on.
This one's going to go down as one of the most hotly contested editions of the Subway Series that we've seen ever. We got the 2000 World Series. There was some chippiness there.
Players fired up, fans all standing, they're fired up.
And a called strike 3 taken by Gallo. Perhaps a little too late as far as Mets fans are concerned. Giancarlo Stanton's 2-run homer brings it back to even. Everybody loves baseball traditions, so stay tuned for the 7th inning stretch. Brought to you by Jim Beam.
I'm electric, I don't need the gas. Get ready for it. Let's rock. Get ready for it. Get ready, let's go. Get ready, you be running this show. Get ready, you already know. Let's go. Let's rock.
Two homers for Francisco Lindor. On the Mets side, a pair of 2-run home runs by the Yankees, Gleyber Torres, and then most recently Giancarlo Stanton making up our Geico game track. Man, has this been a fun game to watch. There has been a little bit of everything. Some chippiness, missed opportunities on both sides of the scorecard, and a 6-6 draw as we wrap up the 7th inning stretch and head into the home half. Back with Alex Rodriguez and Buster Olney. Matt Vasgersian, good to have you along with us. A late one tonight in Flushing, Queens, filled with all kinds of intrigue. And here we go at 6-6. McNeil, Pilar, and McCann as Wandy Peralta continues on the mound for the Yankees.
So, Alex, I need you to distinguish in some things we've been talking about and seeing not only tonight but in recent years. What the Mets believed happened last night was that the Yankees identified something from Taijuan Walker where he was tipping his pitches and they were signaling from the dugout with whistles. And then so that the Mets went to the mound. VR talked to Walker, told him this. There was adjustments. That's what Lindor's talking about. What's the difference between that and sign stealing?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know enough about last night to comment on that, Buster, but basically the way it is, you have a long list of stealing signs in a kosher matter and a long list to do it on an unethical or unprotocol matter, right? And anything that has to do, like we talked about earlier, with a guy like Baez or a middle infielder moving, a pitcher flaring his glove, a catcher moving too early and just making a lot of noise, all those things are A-okay and kosher. Anything coming from cameras, dugouts, strange sounds, whistles, banging, any of that is not kosher and not appreciated, and you'll get a reaction like you got from Lindor on one side and Stanton in the other side.
0-1 the count to Kevin Pillar. I mean, that was just an exceptional moment when Stanton in his home run trot slowed down to a walk to answer back to Lindor. That's into the opposite field, moving Gallo into the corner before he recovers and makes the catch.
Oh boy. And Stanton, not the kind of guy you want to have a physical debate with.
No,
I don't.
No, sir.
I don't blame Lindor just saying, "Hey, it's okay."
I mean, the whole, go away thing. And then Brett Gardner answering back to Baez with the thumbs down. Dude. I mean, social media is going crazy right now with this stuff, by the way.
And by the way, the little guys, think about Odor. I mean, he's got a right hook that can knock anybody out. So even the small guys can fight over there.
2 quick outs now for James McCann. As far as snappy comebacks, I think Brett Gardner won the whole exchange.
That was pretty good.
Ball and no strikes to McCann.
And then you have, the second base umpire, Ted Barrett, the 24-year veteran. I mean, here's a guy that would fight with Evander Holyfield.
Well, he was a former boxer, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fighting ability on that field tonight.
No one's getting in Teddy's way.
He's got the tight biceps.
Yeah.
Feeling good about. You find when guys get in better shape, their clothes gets a lot tighter.
Sure.
Ted looking good. One of the good guys in baseball. Ted is the kind of guy that when he messed up a call, I mean, he was so big and so large, you don't want to mess with him too much. But he would say, "Hey, go check that out for me and let me know if I got it right or wrong." And when he says that, man, there's nothing you can say. Just a good guy, humble, fantastic umpire. But what makes a good umpire great is attitude. And no one has a better attitude than Ted Barrett. They don't get enough credit, the guys in blue.
Dom Smith waiting for an opportunity to pinch hit next with 2 out and the base is empty. And he'll get that chance after a 4-pitch walk to James McCann. Well, I think that this whole umpiring crew, veteran crew, by the way, did a really good job diffusing what could have gotten ugly in a hurry. When guys come running in from the bullpen, it's usually a sign that things have escalated beyond control. Angel Hernandez was doing his best to, like the Kevin Bacon from Animal House, all is well, remain calm, hands up in the air.
And you know what, you can say all you want about robots and all this other stuff. It's humans managing other humans who are angry, who have high energy, intensity, a lot of pressure, and it's guys like Ted Barrett, Angel Hernandez with the experience to calm things down.
Dom Smith to pinch hit. The Mets have had a lot of success with their pinch hitters this year. A major league best 43 runs batted in off the bench. Only the Cubs have had more pinch hits than the Mets. This has already been a night where Gleyber Torres has ended a long homerless stretch. He homered tonight for the first time since July 21st. For Dom Smith, his last home run, July 21st.
I'll tell you, for Citi Field, a stadium that is known to be a pitcher's ballpark, these two teams have made this park look really small this weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, balls are flying all over the place, looking much more like golf balls rather than baseballs.
Ball and 2 strikes to count to Dom Smith.
Good take.
2-2. I mean, it hasn't been clean, but it's been super entertaining. Been 3 errors and 13 runners left on.
Dom Smith with reverse splits this year, hitting .333 versus left-handed pitching and only .213 versus right-handers. Opposite of his career splits. And sometimes you just have years like that. You have no explanation. You know, Conforto can't hit a curveball this year. Next year he'll hit 400 against curveballs. That's just the way things go sometimes.
I mean, those are the 2 Mets, Conforto and Smith, who really had great runs last year in the 60-game COVID-shortened season, and there were big expectations on both of them. But Conforto, until recently, Dom Smith, Jeff McNeil, J.D. Davis, they've had a hard time replicating the success they had last year. And a swing and a miss by Smith. A scoreless 7th turned in by Wandy Peralta onto the 8th in a 6-6 tie. ESPN's telecast of Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Mrs. Met is busy tonight. Big crowd for the finale of the Subway Series. Francisco Lindor has played a big part. Home runs from both sides of the plate. A couple of 2-run home runs by the Yankees. A little hand-wringing along the way, and a new pitcher for the Mets, as Seth Lugo becomes the 5th Met pitcher to work tonight.
Fastball, slider, curve, and a change. Great spin action on his breaking balls.
Labor Torres struck for one of the 2-run homers. His first in almost 100 at-bats. That made it a 1-run ball game, and then with the Yankees trailing by 2, Stanton tied it with his 2-run shot in the 7th. 1-1 the count to Torres. Two balls and a strike. Torres, Sanchez, and Urshela here for the Yankees. Three and one. It's been another thing that's kind of defined the night, and it's beset both pitching staffs regularly working from behind in counts tonight. I don't remember too many 0-2 counts this evening.
Nope.
So here's the 3-1 from Lugo, and it's a full count now.
You know, we talked about, Matt, these long marathon games and series, and this has been exactly that over the last 3 games. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock, the Yankees have a makeup game at Yankee Stadium against Minnesota.
Yeah, that's right. That's a day game.
2 o'clock.
Forgot about that.
Now, if you win this game, it's actually a pretty easy comeback. You have a lot of energy. You win 2 out of the last 3. If you lose this game, you can't even get out of bed tomorrow. It's depressing to work this hard and win 1 out of 3 versus winning 2 out of 3 and go with all that tailwind into tomorrow.
That afternoon game between the Yankees and Twins in the Bronx will be our ESPN Plus game tomorrow. Luis Gil scheduled for the Yankees, John Gant for the Twins. And a wave and a miss by Torres. A strikeout for Lugo, 1 away.
It was 1968, the year I turned 12. I'd never be as popular as my sister, as smart as my mom, or as bad as my dad.
Be cool.
But 12 was the age I was going to figure out what my bag was.
One gone for Gary Sanchez. That was a 7-pitch plate appearance that Lugo needed to strike out Torres, and that matched the total number of pitches that he used to retire 3 batters last night.
Wow.
That's why Lugo is fresh and available, because of a smaller workload yesterday. Gets in front of Gary Sanchez. Would this be a huge snatch him back for the Yankees on a night where they lose Aaron Judge after 2 plate appearances with dizziness? At one point trailed by 3 runs.
I mean, not just tonight, but it'll be back-to-back nights of similar performance.
Yeah. Yesterday was nearly a come-from-ahead loss for the Yankees, who had a big early lead. Mets caught up, and the Yankees are able to win by a run. Toronto is hot. They've taken over that top spot in the wild card race in a temporary tie with the Red Sox. The Yankees a half game off that pace. Toronto is simply out slugging everybody, and they have benefited from having Baltimore on their September schedule. It's like whoever wins the schedule lottery and faces the Orioles the most often might have a leg up in the wild card.
I'll tell you what, Orioles or Yankees, I mean, they swept the Yankees in Yankee Stadium and just, I mean, absolutely went through them like water.
That hit him? I guess not.
Just missed them. They got Lance Barksdale again, one more time. Boom.
Oh, he is getting smoked back there tonight.
I mean, strike 2 for him.
Gee whiz. You know, if the Orioles do have something to say about the wild card, the Yankees are going to regret the series they had in which they dropped 2 out of 3 against them.
Careful with a breaking ball here to Sanchez.
Well, and Matt, to back up your point on that, I mean, the division may effectively be decided on who is most efficient in beating up on the Orioles because Tampa Bay went 18-1.
A historic run for the Rays against Baltimore this year. And today alone, the Blue Jays thrashed the Orioles 22-7.
3 touchdowns and went for 2.
Oh, you know, NFL season has started. Why not? Another full count.
You know, if you read body language, you're looking at Gary Sanchez. He's taking every pitch. He's seeing it very well. Heartbeat is nice and slow. A lot of it has been his work with his leg kick, or they're eliminating the leg kick. Lugo, just keep him in the ballpark, and that's a win for you right here.
This guy thinks they got the count wrong. Oh, a called strike 3 taken by Sanchez.
Sanchez sitting breaking ball and got fastball. Got the heater. Good pitch by Lugo. A lot of conviction. 12-6 action. Top of the zone. Well done.
So now it's Gio Urshela talking about Toronto earlier today. 22 runs, the second most in franchise history. And some of that damage came on Vlad Guerrero's 44th homer. He has pulled into a tie with Shohei Ohtani for the Major League home run lead.
And Matty, he's flirting a little bit with the Triple Crown.
Sure is. He's red hot.
I mean, how often do you say your son has the ability or the potential to be better than his Hall of Fame father?
And how often do you say a guy that might win a Triple Crown will not win the AL MVP?
Not often. By the way, maybe never. I mean, we may have to go into the archives there, but I got to tell you, if you win the Triple Crown and you sneak your team in, you have a pretty good case. I don't think anybody's beating Ohtani, but you have a pretty good case.
Tied for 3rd in the RBI chase in the American League, but leads in batting average and homers.
And the biggest difference between Vlad Sr. and Jr. is one word, is discipline. And one guy was the best bad ball hitter along with Kirby Puckett that I've ever seen. But Vlad Guerrero has the discipline of a slap hitter, but yet has power to hit 50 home runs. And that's rare. Now, if you give me a guy that can hit 45 or 50 and also hit me 320, you know, there you go. You have a Triple Crown potential.
Yeah. Lined into right field, chasing Conforto in the corner. He's there to make the catch. Fine running grab by Michael Conforto, wrapping up a 1-2-3-8% Lugo on to the bottom of the inning. Still tied at 6. To the bottom of the 8th in a 6-6 tie. Top of the order for the Mets. Villar, Lindor, and Conforto, and they'll take swings off Chad Green, who is appearing in back-to-back games in the series. Worked last night in an inning. He did give up a run on a hit, struck out a pair, allowed that homer yesterday. First outings in back-to-back nights for Green since the middle of August. And the home runs have been a bit of an issue. 12 of them this year allowed by Green. That ties a career high, and 6 of the 12 that he's allowed have given up the lead.
And I'm sorry, Matt, for Green, just fastball, curveball.
He's been very good, by the way, when he appears on nights like tonight with no rest. Back-to-backers. Is not allowed to run in his 8 appearances pitching with 0 rest. A ball and a strike to count to Jonathan Villar.
Allowed a 2-run bomb to McCann here last night.
Villar flares a pop-up, slicing into shallow left. Torres read it well. Francisco Lindor's had a big night. 3-run homer from the left side of the plate in the 2nd. And then a solo shot in the 6th. Touched off some emotion when he referenced what happened yesterday with the Yankees whistling to try to tip pitches.
And only 2 Mets in the history have hit 3 home runs here at home. Lindor will be the 3rd.
Let me ask you this. Was Francisco Lindor on the map across town as being an enemy of the Yankees? And I ask you that because he's had some big moments against the Yankees as an Indian. A notable postseason home run a few years back in the division series. Was he an enemy before tonight?
Not at all. Very much respected, liked, admired the way he came up. Always played with a friendly chip on his shoulder, signed autographs, a great ambassador of the game, and the kid absolutely loves baseball.
Well, I think he's an enemy across town as of tonight.
That's fair.
And I mean that in a complimentary sense, right? You've arrived in that regard. Oh my gosh. Did he get another one?
Oh!
Gallo's on his way back. He got it! Santa Maria! Lindor again!
Oh my! Wow!
Just the 2nd ever Mets shortstop to enjoy a 3-homer game.
Should be a current call here coming soon.
He just validated all 341 million tonight.
And there he comes. Oh.
Oh, man.
Matty, home runs on a fastball, on a changeup, and a curveball tonight. 3 home runs, 3 different pitches. Wow. Here's a fastball, middle, 97, but a tired Green. Not the life we're used to seeing from Green. Gave up a 2-run homer last night. And the big fly here tonight to Lindor. One from the left side, one from the right side, and back to the left side. And Citi Field is buzzing right now.
So Edwin Diaz up a moment ago. He got to his feet as that ball was exiting the stadium. And a called strike 3 taken by Michael Conforto.
Alex, you've always heard that phrase when somebody has a big moment for the Yankees for the first time. How they become a real Yankee? Well, on this home run, Francisco Lindor became a real man.
Indeed. You gotta love that, and you have the Puerto Rican flag in the background. I mean, how cool is that? And a signature night and moment for Lindor. A night on Sunday Night Baseball that young man would never forget.
You know what people have forgotten? April and May.
Yeah.
It's done. Water under the bridge. The Stars have taken over the night. Counts 0-1 to Pete Alonso. When the Yankees bat in the top of the 9th inning, and they'll do so trailing, they'll have the number 9 hitter, and then LeMahieu and Rizzo the top of the order. And Edwin Diaz gets ready in a hurry. He is ready to go. Again, the homers have been a real problem for Chad Green, something that really had never been the case for him before this year, and he had been so good working in back-to-back nights. A ball and 2 strikes to Alonso.
I'll tell you what, Matt, if you're a fan and you bought a ticket tonight, you got your money's worth. Fun game, a lot of excitement, home runs, good defense, bad defense.
And a lot of anger.
Yeah. I mean, really, this is the night that's going to get Francisco Lindor booed in the Bronx for the rest of his career. And again, that's a good thing, man. That's what happens when stars perform.
Reggie Jackson, they don't boo nobodies.
That's right.
Well, Buster, you talk about anger. I mean, a lot of it is emotion. I mean, these kind of issues happen. Oh, wow.
Did Rizzo make that catch? He did, and he looks like he's hurt.
And I think that right knee.
Oh, no.
Got a big divot in that grass.
Near a wrist. I mean, he went down pretty hard there, making a very difficult play.
And sometimes that grass gives and you can slide. And sometimes.
We'll check on Rizzo's status as we come back. Edwin Diaz will enter. We'll go to the top of the 9th. 7-6 Mets. The MLB Ballpark app will complete your next visit to the ballpark. Buy and manage game tickets, redeem offers, access exclusive content, and more. Download the Ballpark app today. Oh, man, what a night. 3 homers for Francisco Lindor. 14th different Met to enjoy a 3-homer game. The 15th, that is. His first ever, and it sets up Edwin Diaz to try to reverse a bad trend. He has been saddled with blown saves and losses in each of his last 2 appearances, most recently Wednesday in Miami. And he'll get a pinch hitter to start things for the Yankees, Rougned Odor, off the bench.
You know, fastball slider for Diaz, and Rizzo's up third. It'll be interesting if that knee holds up, and will he hit?
Alex, he will. He went out in between innings, tested his swing out in front of the Yankees dugout. He's standing in the steps now.
Nice.
A ball and a strike. There was a moment when Rizzo stayed down after making that kind of difficult, awkward catch where it looked like something was very wrong, but he was able to get off the field on his own power, and yes, he is ready to hit in his spot in the order. 2-1. For Edwin Diaz, most of the trouble this year, on the rare occasion there's been some, has come on the road. He's 20 for 21 in save opportunities here at Citi Field. Just 8 for 13 on the road this year. Mets fans know that a 1-run lead is tenuous. And it's still 2-2 to Odor, who has homered in his career against Diaz. Circles back to what we opened the telecast with, all these 1-run games. And if it ends as a 1-run game, it will be the 58th of the year for the Mets. And they have not gone well of late. Swing and a miss.
And for Francisco Lindor, a perfect night. First home run, curveball. Then a changeup fading away. And then a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Middle. In the power zone to Lindor. And Matt, when you hit 3 home runs in one night, Francisco Lindor is going to sleep like a baby tonight.
Strike 1 to DJ LeMahieu, who's got a pair of hits tonight. And the tying runs on base with 1 out in the 9th. LeMahieu's 3rd knock of the ball game.
And we knew it was not going to be easy.
Well, certainly the fan bases on both sides knew that. It feels like they both suffer from reliever PTSD.
I don't think anybody's sat down around here in a while. It's most of them, at least. So here's Rizzo, who's walked twice tonight, homered on Friday.
It feels less like a baseball crowd and more like a UFC crowd. I mean, they're fired up in here tonight.
That's the right read. Yeah.
Mix in a little alcohol.
I would agree with that.
We got action.
Oh! I don't know how that didn't hit him.
I mean, the last thing Rizzo wants is a hit after that debacle. And here comes a pinch runner.
Nobody's been hit more than Anthony Rizzo since 2015. And yes, a pinch runner now for LeMahieu. Tyler Wade's going to run. Something to keep in mind here is with Brett Gardner on deck, It is not Aaron Judge, who, again, if you're just kind of joining us late, Judge was removed after 2 plate appearances tonight with dizziness. And Gardner's gone 0 for 2 since. And as good of a player as Brett Gardner is, he does not represent the long ball threat the way Aaron Judge does.
And that meeting right there with Diaz was less about Rizzo and more about the pinch runner Wade, who's on first base. And instead of having your normal slow process, is maybe have a little bit of a slide step here, mix in your timing, and make sure you keep an eye on that runner. Keep him at bay.
Ball and no strikes to Anthony Rizzo.
The guys, Edwin Diaz has gotten better at holding runners. In 2019, opponents were 11 for 11 stealing against him. This year, 5 for 9.
I mean, he's 1-5 to the plate there, and if I was on first base, I would be absolutely going on this pitch. There is no reason to wait around. If you're Wade, green light, just start running now.
Both teams scored in the first inning tonight. The Yankees got it off to a 2-0 start against Carlos Carrasco. Mets countered with 1 in the bottom of the first. They took the lead on Lindor's first of 3 homers in the bottom of the second. The Yankees had pulled even on a pair of 2-run home runs. Torres in the 6th, Stanton with a monster shot in the 7th. But Lindor has been the hero to date for the Mets with 3 home runs tonight.
And Matt, if you are Wade, it's numbers don't lie. Diaz, you're 1-5 to the plate. You don't even have to get a good jump. The minute that left leg goes up, just walk to second base. And he will not throw you out. And 1-5 to the plate is very slow. Like that.
Huge lead. 99-mile-an-hour fastball misses. Diaz and McCann have the right idea, because Anthony Rizzo, if there's a small burr in his saddle as a hitter, it's against elite velocity. He is 5 for 33 with 11 strikeouts against pitches 99 miles an hour or faster. And Diaz is certainly capable of that kind of giddy up, as we've seen. Loses him on ball 4.
And there's a case with Aaron Boone pinch running Wade affected the way he pitched against Rizzo. Therefore, great job by Booney. And now you draw a walk. Now you have first and second, and the Yankees are set up.
Tying run in scoring position. Go ahead run on base for Gardner. If you're wondering, Diaz has induced only 1 double play ball this year.
And Matt, here the situation here, you have speed at second, not a lot of speed at first. So if you have the runners running, McCann will come up and throw behind the runner and try to get Rizzo at second. So if you're Alonso, you just want to make sure you just tap Rizzo enough where he keep him close to the bag here at first base.
That's 5 straight misses from Diaz.
What you doing if you're Gardner here, Alex?
If you're Gardner, Buster, you're looking for fastball middle or a broken down slider, and you can do damage. Gardner's been hot, especially since August 1st. Middle, don't chase.
One and one.
So it almost looked like Lindor, who's hit 3 homers tonight, like telling Diaz how to finish his pitches.
And Buster, real quick, if you're looking at Rizzo right now, the first indication you know a green light is on, look at him looking at Wade. And like a track runner, if Wade goes, he goes. Sometimes you don't even need to look at the signs. The players will tell you what happens next. If Rizzo is not looking at Wade, that means there's a red light and there's no action. By him looking at Wade means they have the green light, and you should be anticipating movement here.
You know, with the exception of just a couple sliders, it's been nothing but 99-mile-an-hour fastballs from Diaz. And he's missed with that more often than not. 1-out single, a 4-pitch walk, and now a 2-1 pitch on its way to Brett Gardner. 2-2.
Not like this game needs any more drama, but you imagine Aaron Judge hitting right now. This stadium would actually bring the house down.
Well, I'll tell you, with the exception of a double play ball, it's going to come down to Stanton on deck.
Yep.
Who's been right in the middle of the narrative tonight.
And obviously you would not give Stanton anything to hit if you can, and you would attack Gallo behind him. You always find the man that can't hurt you.
The 2-2. If you had heard this kind of fan reaction to every pitch in a movie, you would accuse the producers of overhyping the crowd. Sensationalizing a baseball atmosphere, which is usually casual. It is every bit real here tonight.
I agree, Matt. There's certainly a postseason feel to this game, to this series.
Does he back-to-back the slider here?
I think he goes fastball.
Oh. Got him! I think Gardner was thinking with you.
And that's a great call, partner. Slider it is. And his best one up of the night at the biggest moment of the night. Again, you hope to learn from history. And the way Stanton is swinging the bat, you have to be very, very careful. You have Gallo, who's struggling. And when he's hot, he could be dangerous. But right now, he's a swing and miss, and he's an out.
Well, you can't draw this up any better. Giancarlo Stanton, one of the most successful hitters in the brief history of this ballpark. He has been a perennial thorn in the side of the Mets for years, dating back to his Marlins days. And tonight alone, he's been a problem. His 27th of the year, a 2-run shot, tied it in the top of the 7th. He answered back to Francisco Lindor. Touched off a delay when the bench is emptied. And he's behind 0-2.
Matty, if Stanton gets a hold of one here, he might break a record for the slowest trot in Major League Baseball history.
Well, unlike Rizzo and to a lesser end Gardner, who've hit this inning, Stanton actually thrives against elite velocity. He's 8 for 25 lifetime against 99 plus.
So what does that tell you? No more fastballs. Bounce 2 or 3. Give yourself a chance to strike Stanton out. Don't give him a shot.
Ball and 2 strikes.
I didn't pitch in the big leagues. I think he overthrew that.
How's that heartbeat doing right now, Buster? Woo. If you're Diaz, that thing has got to be flying. Now you got 3 fastballs. You got him set up beautifully for the slider. Bounce this pitch.
Ball and 2 strikes to Stanton. Tying and go-ahead runs aboard with 2 out in the 9th.
Here comes the slider. Oh.
And McCann boxed it.
And he mixed them up. We look slider because McCann called slider, but he saw fastball, and there's the crossover.
Oh, man, that could have been really dangerous. As it is, the passed ball advances the runners. Wade to third, Rizzo to second. By the way, it was a strike according to our 3D technology.
I mean, if he catches that ball there, strike, right? And McCann called slider, got fastball. I like to see McCann go out there and make sure the communication is crystal clear. There's zero room here for one more mistake like that.
I mean, a cross-up with a 99-mile-an-hour pitch. Frightening.
4 fastballs. You got to think at some point here comes a slider.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Stanton. Jam shot, pop up. Why not Lindor putting the finishing touches on a memorable night, wrapping up the Subway Series. Over 4 hours worth of drama in Flushing, Queens tonight.
All fastballs from Diaz. Fastballs against fastballs. Give him credit. He bent, but he did not break. And the Mets season is still alive.
One of the most entertaining games of the Major League season, let alone what we've watched on Sunday Night Baseball. It lands on a 7-6 win for the Mets. They claim the Subway Series and are still very much alive in the postseason race. For Alex Rodriguez and Buster Olney, Matt Vasgersian, thanks for joining us. We'll see you next week right back here for the Phillies and Mets. Coming up next, Sports Center with SVP.